got in there, to be honest with you.
It's in the middle, it's between consent agenda 3 and 4.
Yeah.
We're ready.
Good evening. We're here for the County Commissioners meeting. It is Wednesday, February 21st, 2024. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Call the meeting to order. We have a full slate of commissioners and the county administrator. Is there any additions or corrections to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the agenda as written.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. Approval of warrant, registers, and payroll.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve fund expenditures in the amount of $925,697.47 and note that it has been reviewed by two members of the auditor's office and signed off by the accounting administrator.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Mr. Chairman, I have salary clearing payroll and emergency management payroll in the amount of $1,235,068.77 and note that it has been reviewed by two members of the auditor's office.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Approval of consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda items 1 through 4 as presented.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Consent agenda items pass. Moving on to public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment?
Commissioners, last week there was a brief discussion about Sheriff's Office end of the year reports. I'm going to hand those here to you with a memorandum so that they can be handed out to you and a copy for the county administrator. And I'll try to keep it short here. We've closed out our 2023 budget. In the Sheriff's Office was allocated approximately, hang on a second, I got to get here to the right section. It was somewhere north of about $15 million altogether last year that was given. During the budget cycles, expenditures, we saved $390,000 and we increased revenues by about $94,000, returning to the general budget from the Sheriff's Office $485,567. In the jail, we again saved approximately $348,000 and increased revenues by about $550,000, returning back to the general budget about $900,000. So in total, for our 2023 budget, we returned back to the county between the Sheriff's Office and the jail $1.3 million back into the general budget. It's outlined in a memorandum on the front of the books for those numbers for you. And I'll just leave it at that.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is public comment. We are not supposed to engage, but I would like to put this on the agenda for next week with somebody from our accounting office about the sheriff's budget and these numbers, please.
All right. Is there anyone else in the room for public comment? Step forward, please.
thanks for having a 7 o'clock meeting. The early ones don't work out too good for me, so I've missed a lot of water over the dam, as they say. So where do I start? There's too much to talk about.
Sir, could you
Maybe,
pull up?
maybe
So-
bring the microphone up closer, or if you would like to stand, there's a microphone up there as well.
Like that, okay.
Either way, whichever you feel
They don't
most
get along
comfortable.
with mics, I don't think. So anyway, we just said the pledge, right?
Yes.
So I think that's a good place to start, because the word liberty's in there. Liberty, liberty. There's a famous person a long time ago talked about give me liberty or give me death. You probably know who that is. But if you ask somebody on the street, well, what is liberty? We say the pledge all the time. What's liberty? What is that all about? What is liberty? Anybody got a good definition? We say it all the time. Well, I'll give you one if you don't have one. Liberty is freedom based on morality. If you have a society or a country that's immoral, you're going to lose your liberty. It's toast. And we've been going down this path for quite a while. We have a class of people in this country that lie, cheat, and steal, and they're given a cloak of protection by all major media, and we all know it. That's why I don't watch it. Another thing I hear a lot of times when people are talking is call somebody name. They call them like a Marxist. He's a Marxist. Well, that's garbage. Quit calling people Marxist. What should you call them? The proper term is a Marxist-Leninist. Marxism's just theory. It's like a textbook. You just read it. Doesn't mean you're it. I wouldn't call you a dictionary. These people are Marxist-Leninists. Well, what is that? When we look at the Soviet Union, Russia, when the Bolsheviks took over. A Marxist-Leninist is somebody who takes Marxism and puts wheels on it. And that's what's running all over this country right now. You got to wake up and smell the coffee. What's going on? We have mass replacement migration going on big time in this country. And we have a Marxist-Leninist that's letting it happen. And his name is Mayorkas. Mayorkas runs HIAS, H-I-A-S, Hebrew Immigration and Aid Society. And there's the Office of Refugee Resettlement, ORR. You need to look into this because we're spending tax dollars right here out of our own wallets that are going to these NGOs and paying for the mass migration that's coming across the border while we have Abbott down there pretending like, well, he's going to teach New York a lesson, ship them to New York or Chicago or Seattle, which they are. Okay, then from Seattle, they're going to the airports, Boston Logan, Chicago O'Hare, all over the place. They're packing these people in there, and they're right here in Seattle now. And I'm being told that we're following suit like some of the states on the East Coast. They're building housing for these people. Now, I don't know the apartments that are going up here have anything to do with that, whether they're Section 8. But I'm saying if they are, we need to say no. We're not going to bring in all these people into this state or into our county and start taxing it. You know, they wanted to raise the property tax today, like 0.3% or some nonsense. I called them up, said no. Why? Because right now, I've been here for 20 years. They say it's a 1% cap. Well, 20 years, that means your taxes should have went up 20%. Not with the equalization rate scam that goes on. My taxes have doubled. It's not 20% higher. So anyway.
Sir, our public comment is limited to 3 minutes. There will be a second public comment at
Am
the
I at
end
the
of the meeting.
3-minute mark here?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh. Well, anyway, the immigration thing's serious. It's very serious.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
And if, like they say, if my old boss said, well, only 1% of the people in Suffolk County, New York are capable of committing murder, and, or 4%, and we had a population
Hey,
of a
listen.
million.
Come here.
What did I
Here.
do wrong?
Nothing.
Huh?
They'll probably give you another 3 minutes. Come on, guys.
There will be a second public
I
comment.
don't know,
Please.
And then we can have him,
They got well, I love it, but, you know.
They'll give you another 3 minutes.
Thanks for supporting me, but.
Absolutely.
all right. There will be a second public comment. Thank you.
I don't know.
Pardon me?
There's a caller on the line.
We do have a caller online.
I know you do, but you can go bullshit.
We do have a caller online.
Caller, you have 3 minutes.
What I was trying to finish before I was so rudely interrupted. I mean, you know what a logical fallacy is, Didier? So you don't want to interrupt me. So I guess the thing is our nation is being robbed. Like I said prior, 100,000 dead with fentanyl at least in a year. Think of all the families, the young children, the fathers. We're all being demotivated. What's happening here is that as these thieves, as they call themselves, people, steal from us, we become less and less motivated. It's an inevitability of theft. Eventually, there's only one option, and that leads to an economic collapse. Right? It starts at the local level. See, when a sanctuary city and a sanctuary county and a sanctuary prosecutor repeatedly ignore DUIs, it's one of their favorite things that you can deport somebody after they have 2 or 3 DUIs. Instead of doing that, they just, they say it in court. Hey, you could be deported if you have these violations. But then they don't do it. And it's not the migrants' fault. It's not poor people's fault. It's our civil servants who have taken an oath. An oath. What does that oath stand for if it doesn't represent a duty? A duty to go above and beyond and to ensure the safety of each one of us. If you have people breaking into your home, you might put up a fence. If it continues, you might put up some cameras. I mean, it's standard. We have no security, and it starts at our local level. And if people don't start holding people accountable, it's disgusting. Even the way they bring in Mike or whatever his name was. Everything's outside the books, outside the walls. So you got to trust them. When the prisoner dies in the jail, you got to trust that the paramedics were the ones and the jail guards pronounced him dead. When everyone else gets taken to the hospital to be pronounced dead. But don't worry, nobody pulled those videos, saved those videos, did a backlog, and double-checked for that man and his family because he's just some scumbag criminal. And that's how you treat them in Pasco. Do a quick history back to Pasco, and it used to cost like 10 times to get out of Pasco on a ferry to get in. You could get over for, 5 bits or whatever, and to go back was, 10 days labor. Because Pasco there were no bridges. And if you got to Pasco, it was a ferry to get there. And they've always had that mentality. Well, sure, come on in, migrants, we love you. And they're only doing it to take advantage of the poor people.
All right,
Those
thank you.
who
The
are
3-minute
less
timer has
advantaged.
gone off. Is there anyone else in the room for public comment? Do we have anyone else in the room or on the phone? No? Okay. All right, back to regular business. Resolution 2024-052, agreement for mutual use of jail facilities between Franklin and Adams County. Any discussion? Or questions for the sheriff?
Mr. Chairman, I see in here on this that Adams County will be paying $84.06, I believe, $89.06. With the rate of inflation happening, I know that when I go buy parts now for anything on the farm, it's more than before. Has it went up, Sheriff? Have we increased this?
It actually just went up.
How much?
Oh, I don't know, $4 or $5. The rate is regulated by law and by the state. So any contracts we have in the jail, such as Adams County, they essentially have 10 bed spaces available to them.
15, it says in here.
Does it say 15?
15.
They moved it up to 15. The first contract was 10. So 15, and then the rates have been adjusted. to reflect what the state has set the rates at this year. So everybody, it doesn't matter if you're Pasco, Franklin County, anybody coming into the jail, that is the bed rate. Even for the feds, because the feds are getting ready to lease bed space for a lack of revenue. And all of that is actually revenue. When you start adding that up, that's revenue coming into the county.
Yeah, and
when
I
we
see
do
in
that.
here also that if there's any medical needs, Adams County's responsible for all that.
Yeah, they are. It all started with a year and a half ago when Adams County, they had corrections deputies that were assaulted and severely injured, and they had to shut down their jail, and they're trying to upgrade it now. They have no jail space in Adams County right now until they fix that. So the Adams County Sheriff and I talked, and we agreed to help each other out with it. But they're paying their fair share and their rate to it.
How are we doing on employees in the jail? Because I just read an incident tonight that one of our officers got assaulted.
Yeah, over the weekend?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not uncommon for corrections deputies to get assaulted in the jail. It happens on a routine basis. I can report to you, if you would like, how many crimes occurred in the jail last year and
Last
what they
week I
were.
read where they threw urine in another deputy's face.
Yeah, those things happen all the time. This incident you're talking about is when they were trying to get the inmate into the scanning imager to see if he had any weapons on him or anything, and he
So
started
do
fighting.
we normally only have one deputy checking these in, or is there a couple there?
Oh, I'm sure that there was probably 2-3 deputies at the time.
Okay.
Someone in the booking area is an immediate response. It's all on film. But yeah, it's not uncommon. Actually, corrections deputies get assaulted and injured more often than the deputies on the road. It's just deputies on the road usually when they get injured, it's usually fatal versus in the jails.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Chairman. I just wondered, is the time prorated? So if they go over 24 hours, is it prorated after that, or it automatically is another 24 hours?
It's day by day. So
Day by
every
day.
24 hours. So a person comes in, they get booked, there's a booking fee, there's medical and mental health staff that see them, categorize them, for the lack of better words, and all that's paid for. And then there's the daily bed rate on top of that.
So this just represents the daily bed rate, but there's other fees that are attached as well.
That's correct. So if you have, for example, a Department of Corrections person in the jail, our staff will just pick up the phone and call the DOC and say, come get your guy and get him to medical or whatever. They have their own medical system. So they come and transport in, transport out, so that pressure's not on our county staff.
Mostly that happens daily basis.
Yeah. There's DOC hearings that take place every day in the jail. Some administrative court type of hearings and those type of things. So there's lots of movement in and out of the jail. For the public, usually, if we're lucky, we'll have about 6 people on, working a inmate population of about 200. So you figure out those numbers, it's pretty thin. Our numbers are based on a federal court decision, our numbers. We just keep them at the numbers that the courts have said, the federal court said we had to keep in order to keep the jail open. We haven't really added anybody or those type of things. And then the other question to your answer, Commissioner, reference how many openings we have. Right now, we have 3 openings with 1 position filled out of those 3. We've actually caught up as of lately. Our biggest problem is we're somewhere, I don't know the exact number. The last time I checked, we have about 18 corrections deputies that need to go to the academy with no academy date set for them. They're clear out in 2026 to 2027 because of the crunch. Yep.
Any idea, so 8906 is the bed rate. Any idea with the booking fees and the different parts and pieces of that? Any idea what an overall daily rate is?
It's 100 and something because a booking rate is, I think it's, unless it's went up, is 35 or it might
Okay,
be built
yeah.
into that. They're just numbers that are set by the state.
Yeah, that's what I figured it was something of that nature, but
Yeah. You won't be in compliance if you bring the that bed rate up to try to make more money, for lack of better words, you won't be in compliance, and then we'll just be back in trouble again. So you have a 330-bed facility. We're capable of handling about 200 inmates at max with the amount of personnel we have.
No further questions. Thank you.
Along with Stephen Bauman's question there, Commissioner Bauman, if we go through that first 24-hour period, we go into 1 hour of the next day, do they get charged a full day?
Whole day.
Okay.
Yep,
All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
yep.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve Resolution 2024-052 as presented.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes. Moving on to the presentation from Coroner Curtis McGarry.
Up there.
Evening, Commissioners. I want to thank you for the opportunity to come to you and kind of explain to you this evening the concerns and the needs of the Franklin County Coroner's Office. Commissioner Bauman, I want to thank you for the opportunity to sit down with you and listen to me with those concerns, and even go with me over to Benton County to tour their facility and see what those needs are that the coroner's office here in Franklin County needs. Commissioner Mullen, I want to thank you too. You responded to me when I asked to sit down and meet with you, and you made time with me to sit down and meet with me. And the day you did, you had a lot of people in line to meet with you, and you were busy, but you still made time. Commissioner Didier, I haven't heard back from you yet, but I know you want to sit down with me and meet with me and hear the concerns and the needs that I have as a coroner. So I look forward to sitting down with you, Commissioner Didier, and going over that. We're excited with the move that we'll be soon making, and we are appreciative of you, Commissioners, being supportive of that move. This will be the first time since the coroner's office was established here in Franklin County that we will have almost a complete standalone facility. This facility over on the 1310 building will allow us to have office space for everyone and the growth for decades to come in that building. It's also going to allow us to have a room that I call it better name for it is just a family room that allows when families come to discuss the circumstances of their loved one, they can have this room that it'll be more like a living room. They'll have a couch in there and just be comfortable for them they're already going through enough, and so we're looking for that. We're excited about that. There's still a piece of the puzzle that we're missing though, and that's what I want to talk to you tonight about, that missing piece of puzzle. In the current coroner state of the coroner's office, we do not have a facility to conduct all of the duties and responsibilities of the coroner. We have been, and we do currently utilize Benton County's facilities, and in some cases we travel across the state. Historically, that's been a workable solution for us. A little history: in 2001, Franklin County had a population of 53,000. At that time, it probably made sense for us to use a larger county's facilities. We didn't have an opioid epidemic at that time either. I think one thing we all can agree upon is times have changed. Even without the destructive opioid death, the population has doubled within that time. The more people we have in our county, the more services of the coroner's office is necessary. We have seen more adult care facilities in our county, more people on our roads, and more fatalities. And Commissioner Didier has mentioned that a few times on the stand. I've heard him. And we're also seeing the ongoing increase in drug overdoses. All of these factors and others have led to a much larger increase in corner services than in 2001. The need for a Franklin County Corners facility has been needed for several years. However, over the last couple of years, it has started to become more critical with the rapid increase in population. The unfortunate reality is Franklin County typically cannot just afford to build a building, nor is there financial resources to assist in that. There are alternative resources for other departments. There is just there is very few options for the coroner's office. There is good news. Franklin County was more or less given unrestricted funds by the federal government. And there appears to be some of those funds still available. Because of the nature of those funds and the lack of funding alternatives for this critical need, this seems like a perfect opportunity. On your screen here, Commissioners, you see a floor plan of that missing piece of the puzzle here. This missing piece of the puzzle would be approximately 1,400 to 1,500 square feet. The cost to equip it and construct it is in the neighborhood of $600,000. I think we understand that that's today's cost, and if I come to you in a year, or certainly in 5 years or more, it will even be more than double that. Because we have the funds today, there is no additional cost to the taxpayers. If you decide to wait to do this project even a year or 5 years or beyond, it most certainly will probably come with a need to increase taxes. I'm not a fan of increasing taxes unless it's really necessary. Most recently, the fire districts of Franklin County came to you with a need to purchase equipment and to construct buildings. Likewise, the coroner's office is coming to you tonight to purchase equipment and construct a building. Fire districts like the coroner's offices have seen an increase in the need of services because of the rapid population growth in Franklin County. In regards to the Benton County facility that we are currently using, we are not being kicked out of the Benton County facility. However, the coroner has sounded the alarm that we need to start finding our own facility. We have an MOU with the coroner's office over there. This MOU was established in 2011. It gives us the permission and authorization to use their facilities for exams and shelter of remains. Now, this MOU can be terminated at any point with a 30-day written notice by either party. The need is going to continue to grow. It'll be well past the crisis point if we continue to wait. The need is now, the funding opportunity is now, and again, at no additional cost to the taxpayers of Franklin County. Commissioners, I'm here to answer questions or comments that you have and see if I can help you understand the need of this proposal.
I have a question. How many people do you have in?
Refrigeration?
Yes.
I'll say it for you.
Thank you.
Right now, we do not have anybody.
Okay.
Over the weekend, we had 3. and we try to expedite releasing those to funeral homes pretty quickly, because we know that we are a guest at Benton County. I know they have several in their facility right now from their weekend and just the last couple of days. So I know it gets rather tight there.
So typically, they go to the coroner's location, and then they're transferred on to the funeral homes, but
Homes,
is
yes.
that only when you can identify them, or, so if somebody comes in that's unidentifiable or no next of kin, how long do you have to keep the bodies?
Hold them. Good question there. So under statute right now, we have to hold those bodies for 90 days. There's a bill before legislators right now. In fact, I think it's being heard again tomorrow, maybe, or yesterday it was. Excuse me. And we're trying to move that to a 30-day period. With the technology we have today, we can exhaust all of our avenues to identify somebody within a 30-day period. So, funeral homes, they're under that same statute. And so they're more compressed with space than we are as coroner's offices. So typically what happens if we get a call, we go out into the field and we do our exam that we can into the field, and then we'll transport the individual back to the coroner's office, do a more thorough exam, do tests that we need to run, and that's all in determining, trying to find cause and manner of death. If it's a homicide, obviously it's going to be held longer, and so that's kind of, and then once we've done our exam and we're ready to release these remains to the funeral home, and the family has told us what funeral home they want them to release to, then we'll go ahead and release that. Sometimes it can be, 2 or 3 days. Sometimes it can be a day or two. Every case is different. There's just a big variable in what we're doing there. So,
As it currently stands, if they're unidentifiable, no next of kin, you have to hold them for 90 days.
yes. And that's where we really run into space. Space becomes more premium just because of that holding. And that's one of the reasons that we need our facility. The one that I'm proposing here currently, with it set up the way I have it proposed and budgeted right now, we could hold 12. And the refrigeration unit would be large enough to double that space.
And
Let's
this
see,
would be
I'm
a
sorry.
separate building from the Davidson building.
It would be separate from the Davidson building, just adjacent into the parking lot there is what our,
The entire building or just the refrigeration?
the entire building,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah. So that would take up, that would allow us for, you got a garage here that would allow us for loading and unloading, which we need to do. It can't be out in the open, and that's part of the accreditation. And that accreditation is important because we get 40% back from the state for autopsies fees. If we do not have that accreditation, as of next year, we're going to lose that to 40%. That's quite a little bit when we start. We're doing $50,000, $60,000 worth of autopsies. 40% of that comes back to the county. If we don't have that accreditation, we lose it. So it's important to have those things.
That's a yearly number or a monthly number?
That's a yearly number.
Yearly number.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank goodness.
Yeah.
The other area here is the autopsy suite. That's where our exams would be taking place at. The one thing about if we had this set up is there is a possibility and an avenue there to generate revenue. And that is with the organ procurement teams. When families decide, or the individual says, I want to donate whatever I can donate when I die. Those, typically right now they use like the hospital's OR rooms. Those are getting to be pretty premium for them to get. And I've talked to them, and there's the possibility, if we had this facility, we could lease it out to them for $500 at a time. And I asked the rep, I said, so what's typical, say 10 a year? And she goes, oh, no. She goes, you can probably get 20 a year. She says, if you include the hospitals, you're looking at 40 a year. Well, realistically, let's say the 10 to 15 to start out with. That's some revenue back into the county again. That's something that the coroner's office has not been able to do, is bring revenue back in. We've always been a take instead of a give office. So we're that's an avenue we've looked at too, and we're excited about that.
And that would be a procedure that's done by a local doctor, or?
No, this is a team out of out of Spokane. They travel down here. They travel anywhere on this side of the mountains, on the eastern Washington side, and do their procurements. And so we would have it set up so they could come in, do their work, they leave, and then we would just bill them.
All right, thank you. Is there any questions from commissioners?
I just want to say I appreciate you taking me and showing me and explaining kind of the ins and outs of this side of it. I've been on the outside looking in, but have never had the opportunity to see it to the level that you showed, and I appreciate that. I will say that I picked apart his design just a little bit, and I told him it wasn't quite big enough. So I see that you stretched the garage a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm a builder, and so as I was thinking about him, the ability that he would have putting a truck inside of there and then unloading with the tailgate down, and so he stretched it by, I think, 2 feet.
2 feet.
To maybe make it work well, but it's a very simple building. It's a inexpensive building as far as buildings are concerned. It's square and very functional, and really appreciated you showing me and explaining the process that you came to of designing this and the functionality of it, and yeah, no further comments.
And just comment on that, Commissioner, when I did design it, I tried to put all of our plumbing in one line, just we don't have plumbing running throughout the building that way too, and try to keep everything as compact as we can in that design. I did expand it a little bit there, but we're trying to keep it within what I feel like we can budget for. And I know that this size of a building, again, will serve Franklin County for decades, probably 3 to 4 decades at least. Benton County's facility was built 25, 30 years ago, and theirs is still serving them. It's getting tighter for them, and that's why we're getting a little more pressure. So I know that we would be fine with that size of a building.
But without this building, you would lose your accreditation by next year, is that correct?
No, it has to have the certain designs, like the garage. You've got to unload in privacy.
But with
But without this building, we're accredited now, and so we still would not lose the accreditation. This would just expand it, and so that's why I was saying the design of it would allow us to maintain our accreditation if we had it on ourselves.
I see. All right, thank you. And Commissioner
Mr.
Didier?
Chairman? Yeah, first of all, Mr. McGarry, I want to say thank you for taking on this task as a coroner of the county, because this is a job that I would never want to do.
Not too many people like it, which is good for me.
But I want to say, in all honesty, I've reached out to Benton County, and I want to ask first, how is your working relationship with Mr. Leach over there?
Depends on a certain day.
Okay,
One day, it can be great. The next day, we're being told, get your own facility, why are you coming here? And that's not just being told by me, my whole staff. If you want to hear from them, they're here tonight too. They'll tell you the same thing. And so some days, it's great.
okay,
You know, I've talked to him, and he says, hey, you guys are always welcome here. And then a couple of days later, my staff gets told that, hey, you guys got to find somewhere else to go. Or he'll tell me, you know, why are you bringing them here?
Okay.
You know? So-
I want to be honest with you. I reached out to two of the higher, I didn't talk to the coroner, but I talked to two high-ranking officials over there. And Benton County capacity, what is it for
Their refrigeration is, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 4, 12. They can go 12, and if they add additional racks, they could go 24.
okay. Has that ever been full?
Not to my knowledge, it hasn't been full, but they don't have the storage racks. These racks are like three high, to fill it completely. One thing that he has told me is it's going to get tighter because they are starting to do more autopsies there now. And they're bringing in counties from Douglas, Chelan, Walla Walla, any county here in eastern Washington, he can come in there. And so I know this coming week, so far, he has 5 or 6. And so, it's getting tighter, he told me. He says it's going to get tighter and processing is going to be harder.
Well, they didn't make any mention of that to me, the two ranking officials that I talked to, and they did inform me that they are looking and going to hire a forensic pathologist, which is
Well, they're hoping to.
they're looking.
Yeah, they're like finding a needle in the haystack. So just to reference that, Commissioner Didier, is what we have now is called Forensic Pathologist Services. It's a organization or company based out of Las Vegas that hires pathologists to go around to different places. So currently we have 2 of them that drive down from Spokane. They're techs flying from Las Vegas. One flies in from Salt Lake once a week, sometimes twice a week. If we don't have a certain number of autopsies to do, they want to put them off. So sometimes we could be looking at 2 weeks to get an autopsy done. That's not fair to the families. So that's where they're at. It's a nationwide shortage. And I'll be honest with you, with their salary they're offering, they're not going to bring one in.
What salary did you hear?
They're at like 280.
They told me they're going to offer 3 to 320.
Well, that's where they're going to have to go.
And I would think that we might want to partner up with them, and they never made an inclination that we weren't welcome. The only complaint they had is that we had left 2 bodies there for such a time that they were starting to decompose. And
Those bodies were already decomposing when we arrived.
okay,
And yeah, we were told, you guys got to get these out of here. Well, we were up against, as I mentioned earlier, the 90-day rule with those 2. And so I asked the question, so it's okay for us to bring bodies that you approve of, but other bodies, where are we supposed to go if we get there and say, oh, hey, we don't like, be blunt, we don't like the way they smell, so we don't want you to bring them here. And yet they bring someone in that doesn't smell great because they've been decomposing. They're okay with that. One great advantage of this design of this building, it will be separate. So if we do have that odor, it's going to be kept in that building, not going throughout the offices. The other thing, I don't know, Commissioner Didier, if they mentioned to you that he also would like to build his own building. He'd like to build a bigger building. And sometimes I feel that we're being used as a pawn to help him do that. I think that by not talking to him directly, and I honestly think that if you talk to him directly, you wouldn't get a straight answer that I would get. Because he'll tell you what you want to hear, and then there's other days where he'll just fly off the handle at you.
Well, the only reason I'm asking is because you heard the presentation last week about our comms radios and the state of situation we're in, and
Yeah.
that money, I think, would keep us going on those for a little while until we can get something put into place because we're looking at a hefty bill.
Yeah.
And we
Commissioner, that is going to be an easier ask through state and federal than it is a coroner's job.
But it's an ask, it's not a give. We're not guaranteed we're going to get anything from the state or the federal.
The sources I have is there's a pretty good chance you're going to get that. Example of if you wait on this one, Grant County's building a facility now. 5 years ago, they started it, and it got put off. 5 years ago, it was $4.2 million to build their facility. Today, that same facility that they're just getting started on is $7.8 million, doubled.
This same building like this?
No, they're building a whole big Taj Mahal type thing. I mean, I'm asking for pittance here compared to what a lot of coroner's offices are doing. Cowitz County wanted theirs cost $9 million. I'm not asking for the offices, a double garage. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for just what Franklin County needs is what I'm asking for. And with this money, there's no additional cost to the taxpayers, where the other, if you wait, as I said earlier, it's most likely going to come to raising taxes. And it's going to be more than this $600,000. I understand the plea, there's always another handout because there is need. But I think the other departments, there's always alternative funding for them. Another example, if I can share it with you, is Skagit County. They went after a grant to help fund theirs. By the time they got the grant, the cost to build it had exceeded than what the grant was for. That was 4 years ago. Today, they still have not got reimbursed from the grant because of paperwork. I know Franklin County doesn't have money to put out and then wait 4 years later and hope we have the grant money refunded by that point. So
Thank you. I'll be over to see you.
Okay, I hope you do, Commissioner. I really do, because there's things that, I can point out to you and I think help resolve concerns, so. Any other questions?
I have one question. Have you seen any increase because of the increase in homelessness?
Yes. Those two 90-day ones that we were referencing earlier, yes. Those were both homeless. One is still unidentified. But yeah, we're seeing that. Fortunately, the others that we have had homeless, we've been able to identify and get a hold of family. But it's going to increase.
I'm just curious if there's any other funding sources. I don't know if you've spoken with Kyle Sullivan to see if any of the programs that maybe he has that maybe would help with this ask.
I haven't, yeah.
I'm just curious. I don't know if anything would fit those requirements, but
Yeah.
it seems like kind of a burden on the county when our homelessness is increasing. So.
Yeah. I don't know if as I said, there's very little and few opportunities for funding for a coroner's office. They don't see the need for it. Like the radios, there's a tremendous need for those. I'm not going to stand here and tell you there isn't. I'm out there with the law enforcement when they're clear out in Palouse, and they can't work their radios. We had one that was clear down in a hole, and we had to drive out to even make a phone call. And I was needed on another call, and ended up that Pascal contacted us via the lady's landline to get a hold of me to say, hey, we need you back here in town. So there's just, I know those things are needed, but I think with the funds that are available, that this will cover the need of the Franklin County Coroner's Office, and again, not costing the taxpayers anything.
All right, any
Thank
further
you.
questions? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez, you have a Consor priority workshop.
Yes, Chair, thank you. This item comes before you as a follow-up to the Consor study. When I was hired, I told this body I'd be committed to strategic initiatives. So this is the first ever financial study here at Franklin County in our history. So what we discovered is we're facing, for fiscal year 2025, a $3 to $7 million deficit. So the study identified some clear needs. Financial policies were at the top of the list. HAPO Center Master Plan, the necessity for long-term capital facilities planning, just to name a few. So I have met with the Franklin County Strategic Growth Committee about this study. I've also met with elected officials and department heads about the direction that we should take based on the recommendations from Consor. So Consor has delivered a priority sheet of measures that the leadership of Franklin County has reviewed. Those have also been put in your inbox. I've got a copy for the commissioners here tonight so you can look at. Also for the crowd, I printed off some extras if they'd like to follow along, so I'll pass those out momentarily. So the reason that I'm coming before the body with this, looking for a clear direction and permission to move forward with an implementation strategy for the 2025 budget. Clark Worth, who is the principal of Consor, is on the phone, and he will present a PowerPoint, also opportunity to ask him more questions. So within the agenda, I've also invited elected officials to talk about their feelings about the different strategies that can be taken. There was a lot of emotion at the elected officials meeting and department heads, so they expressed wanting to be able to express their feelings to the body. So with that being said, Julio, I'll need to tee up my PowerPoint for Clark. So I can put it on my laptop, but I'll just need to plug in this HDMI cord, so. And Jason, in the meantime, I've got things people can follow along with. So, if you want to pass that out, and also these. Just go. Pass that out to the crowd. Clark, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
It's great.
Hang on one second.
Okay.
I'm teeing up your, let's see here, slideshow from the beginning.
Can't find it.
Here's this 18-point. So you guys can follow along, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Here you go. Clark, I do have your PowerPoint fired up and ready to go, so you can proceed when you're ready, sir.
That's great. I'm ready. I introduce myself. I'm Clark Worth, project manager for the Strategic Financial Plan. I think you could say I'm sort of the forensic pathologist for county finances, except for that pay scale that the coroner referenced. I want to thank you. Good to be with you again. We're at the very end of 6+ months of study, and I'd like to take a few minutes to give you some highlights and then leave most of the time for you. The culmination of our work has been 18 proposed strategies, and Mike should be showing a list there. We previewed those for you on January 31st. They're in 4 categories: new revenue sources, increase current revenue sources, cost-saving efficiencies, and then financial management. So they fall into those 4 categories. And as a quick note, the most important categories are the ones that bring in more revenues for you. Talk a little bit about revenues, and we've got a slide here that shows the most important revenue sources for your general fund, which are our focus, and that is property tax and sales tax, because those make up 80% of your general fund. Both of those sources are constrained by the law. That is, you're not free to increase those sources yourself. You have to. They're very restrictive. How much you can raise under those sales taxes, or the sales and property tax, and they don't keep up with population growth, and that's really important because the next slide shows what population growth has looked like here. This has been the state's fastest growing county for 20 years, and there's more to that story because most of that population growth has been concentrated in Pasco. So if you look at the chart there, and in the corner mentioned earlier, it goes back farther than that because in 2000, the population was only 50,000. So it will have doubled and then expected to double again in the next 20 years. And almost all of that growth has been in Pasco. So it really has, over that period of time, those of you who've been around that long can think back, Franklin County has really been transformed in that time from a farming center to an urban center. And that dramatically changes the demand that's placed on county services. So it isn't just more people, it's a demand for services that weren't there before. If you think the services that are demanded by people living in a rural area versus people in an urban area, it's quite a bit different, striking contrast. We also looked at the expense side, and one of the questions that we were asked at the beginning was, well, what about county staffing? How does county staffing compare with our peer counties? And so we looked at that currently and back over time, and one of the things that we look at, if you look at the chart at the top of the page there on staffing, you'll see from 20 to 24, the county has added some staff. If you look at that, it's I think it's 18 staff increase. However, when you look at that, the way that you make staffing comparisons between jurisdictions is you look at the numbers of employees per 1,000 population. And when you do that, you see that Franklin County is just about exactly where it was 4 years ago. But when we compare that with the other counties, the peer counties at the bottom, and there were 4 peer counties selected by the Strategic Growth Committee, those counties at the bottom there show every one of the counties has higher staffing levels than Franklin County, and in the case of Grant County, more than twice as many staff per 1,000 population. Well, where does that get us in the budget? The next slide shows what our projection shows. We went through a pretty sophisticated effort to do revenue and expenditure forecasts, matching revenues and expenditures, and then we compared that with the forecast that had been prepared by the county budget office during the last budget. And what our forecast showed is a $7 million gap. And originally, that forecast was $7.4 million. We brought that down because the budget office had more current revenue figures, so the revenues have been a little higher in recent years. So the forecast took into account for that. But the county forecast was a deficit of $3 to $3.5 million a year. So we looked into that difference, and all of that difference is because we had used different assumptions about grants. The grant assumption that we had used is that the county would go back to pre-pandemic level of grants. Grants increased significantly from about $3 million a year to over $10 million a year during the pandemic. And they're still at over $6.5 million a year. The county budget assumed that grants would continue at that level, and we had assumed that they would go back to the pre-pandemic level. And we actually don't know which of those is correct, but we have a recommendation that takes into account grants in the when we get to the different strategies. So looking at that, and I want to mention that gap, whether it's 3.5 million, 7 million, that gap occurs every year. So even if we do as well as the county forecast assumes with grants, that we're still going to be short $3 or $3.5 million a year. So the cuts that we make this year, the shifts that we make this year, those kind of things have to happen again every budget cycle. So I think in short, no one will confuse Franklin County with the Franklin Mint. The next slide up shows some of the, highlighted there are some of the strategies that I wanted to talk a little bit more. So a few of the 18 strategies that I'd like to highlight. The first one is strategy 1, which is the sale and lease of county-owned real estate. The opportunities that have been mentioned there are the Hapo Center, which is 27.6 acres, and the assessed value for it is $50 million, although, of course, you don't pay taxes on it. The surrounding lands around the Hapo Center, larger bit of land, quite a bit of it vacant or with uses that don't include buildings. That's 43 acres, valued at $30 million, and the value of that land in the Road 68 area is up to $783,000 per acre right now, so quite valuable land. And then some other locations have been identified, 13 parcels that are vacant or potentially surplus at scattered locations around the county. So I think the idea about the sale of lands, and of course you wouldn't be selling all of this, but the sale of lands would provide one-time funds that could be used, for example, to adequately fund your general fund reserves, your rainy day fund. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. So that strategy I wanted to highlight. The second strategy is the property tax lid lift, and that one requires voter approval. The notion there is that over time your levy rate has been falling steadily and will continue to fall. So just in the years since 2018, you can see from the chart it's fallen from $1.22 per thousand of assessed value to just 75 cents. It's actually a little below 75 cents this year. And we looked at the effect of a property tax lid lift. So lid lifts are allowed under the law. It requires voter approval. And the question about how much, and there are two answers to that question. One of them is, how much do you need? And we've shown at different levels there a lid lift of 25 cents up to 50 cents. And these are in the range of the deficit that's being projected there. So obviously you wouldn't want to do more than was needed, but that anything in this range. So for the effect on a homeowner, taxpayer, it would be in the range of $100 to $200 a year for a typical single-family home. The other answer to how much is, what will voters support? And that one you can only find out with public opinion research. And there are ways to do that, to find out in advance. The notion of put it on the ballot to find out is, there are better ways to do that through opinion research, to find out what it is that voters would support and why. What it would pay for is really, the answer to that is on the next slide, and that is for public safety. Half of your general fund budget pays for public safety. So half of the workforce, over half of the budget goes for public safety. So the answer is, where would the money go? The answer is, it would go to those public safety uses. The strategy 3 to highlight, and this is another one that would require voter support, and that's a 911 sales tax option. There are two different sales taxes for 911 services. One of those is already in place, and it's kind of like a matching, provides a matching fund for state funds. So that one is already in place. That one doesn't require voter approval. This one does require voter approval. But the success on these statewide has been either 100% or close to 100% in attracting voter support, and you probably can imagine why that might be. That produces quite a bit of money. So we looked at the estimate, what it would have produced for 2024, and that's $5.4 million per year. It doesn't help your general fund budget, however, at least more than marginally, because the revenues have to be used to purchase, construct, operate, maintain emergency communication systems. But I understand your county has needs there that could be filled. And to the extent that you're putting general fund monies into those things now, it not only improve your service, but also offset some general fund monies that might be supporting that service today. Moving on, another strategy, and this is in cost-effective savings, cost-effective efficiencies that save money. This is controlling VEBA costs. As a reminder, and I know there's been a lot of discussion out there about VEBA, so all of you, I'm sure, are well aware of the VEBA program, but VEBA contributions by the county are optional. It's not required for counties to do this. Franklin County contributes more to VEBA than peer counties do, and costs are rising very quickly. They've risen 88% over the past 5 years, and that's, although it's uneven, not from year to year, but that's 17.7% a year. And when we looked at that going into the future, those kind of increases are really unsustainable within the budget that we were looking at. So those costs need to be controlled in some manner. And we have some suggestions in the strategy about how that might be done. And then the final strategy I wanted to highlight is strategy 16, which is adopting financial policies. One of the questions that we asked is, well, how do the financial policies in Franklin County compare with peers? And what we found out is that Franklin County has virtually no financial policies. We looked at, if you look at the left-hand column, those are the categories of financial policies that the national organizations say municipalities should have. We compared that to look at the policies that the peer counties had in place, and those 4 peer counties have between 6 and I think 10 policy of those 15 policy categories in place already. Franklin County has 2, and according to your staff, one of those, which is the policy for general fund reserves, is deficient and needs to be updated and upgraded. The following slide, and this is my last slide, you'll be happy to know, is just an example there of what this one policy does. The policy for general fund reserves, which I think most of these organizations say this is the most important policy to have, to make sure that you have adequate reserves. The county policy on that right now, and there is a policy in place, is that reserve would be 7%, and that's 7% at all times. So you would always have that amount of reserve. The standard, the national standard, is essentially for 2 months of operating costs, that you would have that in the bank at all times. That would be 16.6%, and that would be more than twice as much as the current county policy calls for. So that would be $7.5 million that you would keep in reserve. And then the bottom is the actual experience, which is the county hasn't been keeping even that lower amount that is in its policy end. So it's been running in the 4 to 6% range, keeping $2 to $3 million at most in reserves. And again, in comparison with the 7.5 million that national standards say that you should have. So that's again a quick overview. Open to questions for you about any of the strategies, including any of the ones that I didn't highlight there.
Questions?
No questions. I do have an agenda, Chair. The next up on the agenda is elected official and department head comment. I know we had several that reached out to me that would like to come forward. So if that is still the case, you have the opportunity to engage with the commissioners and perhaps ask questions or voice opinion and, the direction that you'd like to see us go in the implementation phase. So that is open up.
What was the question? Excuse me, I didn't hear right.
Sir, it wasn't a question. It was the opportunity for our elected officials and department heads to speak upon this study, to see the direction they may want to go. So as a collective body, we have a vision. So, yeah.
Good evening.
I don't know if you can hear me. I'm pretty loud, but I've reviewed through all the documents that were provided, and I was at the meeting, and I had some questions, but more specifically, I wanted to ask a few questions of you and find out exactly what the benefits of a few of the options are, because I don't necessarily understand. First, with the Hapo Center, I can hear the ideas surrounding selling the property, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because if we do, at this point, we've wasted a lot of time in all of the meetings selecting somebody to run the center, and how are we gonna do this, and what's going on, and we haven't yet given them the chance to see if we can get there. If it works, great. If not, we sell the property, but I don't know why that's an option at this point, because we have invested a lot of time and money and energy into selecting somebody to come in here and hopefully turn it around. Selling the Hapo Center, while I can see it will put some money in our general reserves, that's where it ends. If we continue to spend the way that we're told we're spending, then it's not going to show us any financial benefit in the long run. We're just gonna end up using the money, and we're right back where we started. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't know anything about the other properties. I don't really think that they outlined it, other than there are other properties that we can look at selling, and if we're not using them, why not? I know that everyone is against taxes. I'm against taxes. I think the idea of a lid lift sounds awful. I don't want to do it, but at the same time, it's not my choice. It's not my decision to make. I'm not making a decision for the voters. I think if the voters want to support a lid lift, then that's their right to do so. It's not my right to tell them, or any other elected's right to say, no, you can't put this on the ballot, for them to suggest or to approve. One of the issues I see with that is, or one of the benefits, I guess, is even if that's denied, it's my understanding that we can then go to the state and request some additional funding or assistance, but they won't even consider providing us assistance unless we put it on the ballot and we are denied. So it seems like even if we don't have the intention, we know that our community is not going to support that, it's at least gonna get us one step closer to assistance from the state, which is my understanding Governor Inslee's directly stated, till you try the lid lift, we're not gonna help you. So we need help, we give it a shot, let the voters decide. If they say no, great, let's go ask for some money then. Some of the other issues I know we've been kind of addressing would be assessing new construction, which my understanding is we hired somebody. Hopefully they'll start assessing that new construction. But in the long term, we need to find a solution on how we're going to assess that new construction faster. There were properties, and I was just kind of looking it up on the computer to see what I can find, and there were 4 properties I found within 5 minutes that showed for 2023, they received the certificate of occupancy in February of 2023, and were only taxed on land value throughout the whole year of 2023. That's a lot of funding that we were missing. They're also receiving services of roads and schools and all of the other things that we're paying for as a county that we should be assessing. I'm curious, and I don't know the answer to this, but it's a question I have, is do we have a connection with the city of Pasco where when there's a certificate of occupancy that's granted or a final inspection that's complete, do we receive some sort of documentation saying, hey, these people are done, go look? Or do we just kind of wait for something to wait and see? I don't know. But I think that would probably be a good policy that we would put in place, and some sort of connection we can have with the city. We're part of the city, we work with the city, right? We're together, so why can't we solve that problem by at least assessing new construction during that year and not waiting for a whole another year of missed revenue? Grants, I think we all know I'm a big proponent of grants. I think we're missing the mark on not applying for grants. I've found multiple just in my weekly, I guess, search, because I'd like to find some additional grants to help me. And I've sent those on. There's grants for roadway support, for historic building preservation, for criminal justice, for community improvement. I mean, there's so many grants out there that we need somebody to come in, to file the grants, to submit the grants, to manage the grants. And although it's not gonna presumably give us $10 million like they were saying, we can get a lot, we can get millions, and that's gonna help. And maybe take that money for courthouse preservation, say historic buildings, and take the general reserve and put it back. But all of that said, the real concern I have and the reason why I'm here today is because the idea of having any layoffs really gets under my skin. We, last year, were having meeting after meeting about, can we offer some money, incentive pay, can we give them some money to stay? Please stick with us. And a lot of people did that. They signed that document, they said, we're gonna stay here, we're gonna take the money, we're gonna hang it out. And now, the idea of we don't make this, we lay people off, really just rubs me wrong. And I can tell you that I can't lose anybody in my office. I don't know who here is gonna say, we can give you somebody, and I know it's not about the person's position, but all those positions are needed right now. We're already understaffed according to the Consor study. So how are we going to come back in now and say, yeah, we don't really need them, we'll be even more understaffed? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So I don't have a lot of, I guess, solutions other than maybe working with the city and applying for some grants, but I do want to make sure that we're at least on the right step here.
All right, thank you.
So Commissioners, I'm going to address the E911 sales tax and try to give you a little bit of history of our 9/11 systems. Our 9/11 systems in Franklin County were ready to implode in 2013, and nothing's changed in 2024. They're ready to implode, except for it's more drastic, okay? You know the numbers that they've talked about. I have met with the Benton County Sheriff, and we have met with our EOC directors, and we've also met with the director of CCOM to talk about the 911 tax and the feasibility of it. And the reality is it's feasible. It's how you market it. It's how you present it to the people to vote, that it's a sales tax. And it's passed everywhere where you have one communication system. So years ago, in fact, it was 2016, we threw in with CCOM in Benton County to have one dispatch center with a warm redundant dispatch center and records center. Ultimately, with CCOM being its own standalone public facilities district, and then everybody would lease from them. And if you had the taxes and the money coming in to offset budgets, then each individual county or city's costs would eventually go down. So if we were to implement a 911 sales tax, I can tell you that every sheriff, every police chief, every fire chief, every public safety person in the bi-county area is saying, no, we absolutely need to do it, and we need to step out and do it. What it takes from the commissioners is once that those legislative pieces are formed to put in front of the voters is simply an approval. If you, at the point that that approval comes to you and you vote no, well, it's on you. Literally. You're the ones that will either put it, the vote down or up, but at the end of the day, it's a 1 cent per whatever it is, 0.1% sales tax that everybody pays for in a bi-county area that'll generate somewhere between the two counties at least $5.4 million a year that can be for infrastructure, all the different things that we're having problems with. And it's just time for Franklin County to come out of the old, if you remember the cartoon, the can with the string to another can, that's literally how we work in Franklin County to our public safety, with our public safety people and when people call 911. And we're putting our public safety officials, we're putting them in jeopardy the way we are right now. And there's a way to fix it. Sales tax, looking at how we're spending money, realigning that money. I am not for a levy lid lift. I think that the first thing we need to do is look at where we're spending our money. I'll harken back to when I was a junior in high school, going to my dad, going out on the farm, believe it or not, going, hey, I need money for school. And he said, well, there's $20. I said, that's not even gonna pay my sneaker bill, you know, for everything I need. And he said, well, you better figure out how to make do with that. You better figure out how to do more than less. And he gave me a suggestion. You ought to go to the Clayton Crescent where there's seconds. You'll get more money out of that 20 bucks than going to Bon Marché in Spokane. And that's kind of the mentality we need to have right now. Where is every one of Franklin County's tax dollars going? And are we utilizing it to the best, from the best interest of the Franklin County taxpayers and the people footing the bill? And if we're not, then we all need to come out of our boxes and figure out a better way to do business. Some of that's going to be do more with less, or people taking on more jobs in order to make that all work. But we need to be good stewards of Franklin County tax dollar and dig deep and look and see what we can do to solve this problem before we go to levy lid lifts and all those type of things. Because I'm going to submit to you, if you take a deep dive and a deep look, that $7 million gap is not as big as you think it is.
So just one question. You're talking about the sales tax increase. Is that 1/10 of 1%?
Yes.
So that'd be equal to what we did for the Mental Health Recovery Center.
It's about the same, yes. And it's just a 1/10 increase in the sales
tax.
Not property tax, none of those type of things.
Well, I definitely agree with you, and I think that there are ways that we can take a look and see where we can save. And, you know, and I think education is probably is the key to this, because I don't think that most people realize what we spend on, let's say, the transit. You know, our initial ask for the 1/10 of 1% for the mental health, we were in hopes of reducing the transit by 1/10 of 1%, but we couldn't get the board to agree on it. But I think education is key, because I don't think most people realize we spend as much on the transit as we do running the county, which includes the jail, your police protection, the county roads, and everyone working in the courthouse. And when you put that out there and you see how much we're spending on, let's say, some empty buses, I just think that there's room there that they could reduce the size of the buses, maybe reduce some of the routes, and then if we could reduce that 1/10 of 1%, you would have your 1/10 of 1%, and it would be a better benefit to the community.
Well, I wouldn't argue with you with that, but while you're trying to change that, you're in dire straits right now.
Oh, I
So you have to
realize
figure out
we've
ways to get where you need to be, and then
We've
then
bought
address
every
that down the road.
used piece of equipment off of eBay, and
Well, we are.
you know, we have. I mean,
and now you
there's
can't find those parts
Exactly,
and pieces
so-
on eBay.
exactly.
Yeah, some have said that E911 isn't my business. Well, it is my business.
It is,
All-
most
all those
definitely, because
people
it's the
work
protection
for
of
me,
it.
and it's my responsibility to make sure they're safe. And so it is my business.
It is,
And so
it is
I'm
your,
gonna-
I believe it is. It's because it's public safety. And if you're in dire straits out somewhere and you can't get a phone call through to get help, you'll appreciate that 1/10 of
Yeah,
1%.
Think about that, if it's 5.4 million a year in that sales tax, that money's coming back to you in one way or another, that 5.4 million, because it's what you're not going to be paying or having to save for, because it's gonna be a constant and it's gonna keep up on the infrastructure and the issues. I mean, you know, it's like for Franklin County, for the deputies, we run on VHF 800 and some 700, and we run on VHF because of the dead spots in North Franklin County, and we need to talk to the ambulances and those people and the firefighters up north, because we're their only lifeline for radio communications. And so if we go with the way we're doing this now and we put the infrastructure in place, 800 is what we're looking at, all 800, then, you know, the cost for, you know, the fire and everybody up north, it's gonna be the same. It's just that radio and equipment costs and stuff are going to come down in the long run. And we're gonna be able to utilize that 1/10 of 1%. We all believe in the public safety world, it'll pass easily. It's just how you package it and how you present it.
I believe you're correct, and I think it's the education.
And there's also grants out there that we're working on. Jason could probably fill you in more on the grants that are out there for communications. So, you know, to divert money, if you will, so we can actually have a full-scale coroner's office in the county. not gonna see me arguing over that because we need that. It's much easier to come down the street when we have a homicide than ship 2 or 3 detectives to the west side with 2 to 3 coroner staff to go do an autopsy on the west side. The costs go through the ceiling when you have a homicide or those type of things. So having that facility here, it's just as important as the radio structure. And the $600,000 over the years, it's not going to fix the radio problems that exist. There has to be a partnership and an agreement.
I agree. We all need to work
Stands up
together.
and never all comes together.
Any other questions? Commissioner Bauman?
So, trying to understand this kind of all together, so I'll ask kind of several questions together. So if we were to pass this, if the, the citizens of Franklin County were to pass this E911, and it's roughly $5-ish million, how much of the sheriff's budget could be adjusted? In other words, would that backfill any, in your mind, I'm trying to learn and understand, but as far as I understand, that wouldn't backfill any of the budget gap that we're talking about tonight?
No. The only way I can save you money in the sheriff's office is being a good steward of the money that you give me and make sure and I don't spend any dollars that I don't need to and send back to you what I need to do. And this issue that we're talking about, the 9/11 0.1% tax, probably 5.4 million between the two counties, and ours for the first year would probably be more around $1 million. So let's say Benton County failed, which it won't. They'll both fail, or they'll both pass. But ours passed, then we could actually start taking that $1 million a year, building on our infrastructure in this county. So our radio towers, all those type of things that's in need. Yeah, and so it would just depend on how the vote goes. But like I say, if you do the research shows that when you come together as 2 or 3 counties with one radio comms type of organization overseeing it all, it's always passed, especially if you explain the need.
So this E911 monies could be used to help upgrade communications, emergency communications at pretty much every level.
That's correct.
So it wouldn't address any of the budget gap that we foresee, but it would help begin the process of upgrading the radio system.
That's right. And then in the long run, then you don't have that cost going out because it's being supported for the vast majority by the 9/11 sales tax. Yeah. In the long run. But it fixes nothing for you this year. You just have to simply look, Commissioner, at how much money comes into this county and how much money goes out of this county and how much money goes directly from the state to Benton County and how much money is there that actually is our money, for lack of better words, and how can we better utilize those monies? That's the $1 million question, and I think there's probably 1 million times 10 answers there. It's just a matter of reallocating our monies in the best interest of the people of this county, and then you'll know. But you gotta step out of your boxes. You have to look and go, okay, how much money do we have coming in? How much money's going here? How much money is going there? How much of that money could we call back in order to shore up our budgets over the next 2 years? And then when you're all said and done, what's that budget gap? Is it now 7 million or is it 1 million or is it 2 million? Those type of things. That's how you look at it way before you ever go to a levy lid list. It's not about partnerships or who's getting the most for the money. It's just about how much money is in your bank account. And are you utilizing it for the best interest of the people of Franklin County?
Thank you.
Chair, permission to speak?
Yes.
And just to make note, to build on what the sheriff said, Jason Ballantyne's been working with Commander Connors on already looking at the bi-county budgeting elements and some of the things that have already been uncovered. For instance, in current expense, reimbursements to Superior Court Services, we're sending $1,073,421 over there. And when, as a conglomerate, adult drug court, juvenile justice, human services grants total more than $4 million that we're sending over there. Some other miscellaneous expenses that Commander Connor and Jason have uncovered: affordable housing for all. We send them nearly $100,000, an additional $120,000 in intergovernmental services. Veterans Assistance Fund, $560,000. Ending homelessness, nearly $500,000. Affordable housing, $572,000. Alcoholism program, nearly $5,000. Mental health, Benton Franklin Mental Health Initiatives, $7,556,000. Family services, $16,320. That's an additional $4,654,758. So that's close to $9 million that we send over there. I think the challenge now is figuring out exactly. It's not very clear as to what actually happens within those line items. So that's kind of the next phase of this study that Jason's been working very hard on. So, and I'll say, in terms of grants, Jason has been working really hard on grants with Commissioner Bauman, and we've really prioritized those grants. And I think the primary grant that we're going after right now is for those radio systems. So the three of us actually met with Senator Patty Murray's office, because there's something called congressional discretionary spending that comes up. So we're getting ready to meet with Senator Cantwell's office Friday for that same initiative, and then also Congressman Newhouse. So HAPO Center has been a priority, rural roads. So, you can only go after so many grants in a short period of time, but the congressional discretionary funding date is coming up, so Jason's been working extremely hard on those. So I don't want to give the notion like he's not going after these are priority grants. But he's also been working really diligently on that bi-county study to really figure out how much we're sending over there. So we're sending a tremendous amount of money over there. Now we need to figure out exactly what they're doing for us, because it's not clear. So so I just wanted to put that on the record, and but that's it, Chair. I just wanted to share that information.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
those monies that we're sending over there, we're not sending them over there. That's the state sending us the money that we are working with that county, correct? These are not our tax dollars we're sending over there.
Well, in some cases they are, in some
Our tax
cases,
dollars. Which cases?
Absolutely, and that's what we need to figure out.
So you don't know the cases? We need to know those cases.
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out, Commissioner.
Because Superior Court, we can't separate Superior Court. That's an action by our legislature over there in Olympia. We can't do anything with Superior Court.
Well, yeah, and I'm not here to debate whether I
gonna
want,
debate.
I want to
We've already,
separate.
Delvin's already tried this, and it failed. He actually got shamed because he thought he could do it, and it takes an act of the legislature in Olympia.
Right, so.
Commissioner, the state pays for so many Superior Court judges for Franklin County, and those monies come directly from the state for Superior Court judges. What this county does is they add money to those for commissioners and all the different things. And those monies, there's actually 3 different pots with those monies.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, with your court system like you're talking, Franklin County could go, hey, you know what, the state pays for 2 Superior Court judges, that's all we're able to afford to pay for, so we'll just take our 2 Superior Court judges, without even talking about breaking anything up. So there's more to it than just that.
Well,
You have to
Sheriff,
break it down.
when I asked for a Superior Court judge to be in our courthouse, you shamed me and said that I was out of line. And I said, I think we need one here
I
for,
shamed you because you were talking down to a judicial officer.
are they a human being? I wasn't talking down to him. I was just asking if one could be in our courthouse, Sheriff. How was that talking down to him?
Well, that's a difference in opinion.
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you. So we got to get clear on this before we alienate Benton County. We are a partner in a lot of things, and if we take on all those tasks, you think that's a high budget? You start taking on all those in Franklin County? get ready for a big taxation.
Well, and Commissioner, respectfully, I don't think it has to be a contentious issue.
I hope not, I hope it's not, Mike.
absolutely.
You made it sound like it was when you were going through that list.
Well, I think you misinterpreted my
Well, I
tone.
hope I did.
Yeah, because I think we need to, before we even think about levy lid lifts, we have to figure out what we're spending our money on, and
Yes,
and
I agree.
So yeah, absolutely. So,
Do not want to alienate Benton County at this time, because if we do, we're going to be on our own, and good luck.
yeah, and that would not be the intention, and we always work
I'm glad
together
it wasn't.
respectfully.
Okay.
So Commissioners, Commissioner Mullen, I appreciate what you had to say about the transit. I have yet to see one with more than 5 people on it. In 3 years of driving in here, and I started watching every morning and every evening and up and down, and I've never seen more than 5 people, except for when they are transporting people to the Benton Franklin Fair and rodeo. Then I see more. However, even if they cut that 0.1%, that will save taxpayers money on sales tax, will not increase your county budget, and will not help us out of our pickle. Okay? I mean, it just won't. Selling property is a one-time shot. You could use it, I believe, for maybe emergency funds, maybe an annex building, growth, expansion, but it would be extremely unwise to sell property and use it for operating expenses in this county. And I know I've heard on the HAPO Center that it's starting to pay its way, or at least it's not taking money away from the county like it did. But gentlemen, remember, we just stuck almost $7 million or close to $7 million into it out of American Rescue Plan funds. And there's more than just operating expenses. It's going to take another close to $7 million to do the other side in the parking lot right now. I don't see where it's going to bring in that kind of funds to us. The city benefits by far. The 30 acres that the city gets from us for softball fields and pays us $1 a year, that 30 acres is worth millions, tens of millions of dollars. So, you know, if the city wants to run it, sell it to them. But use the money, don't use it for operating, because it's a waste then. We use it for emergency funds or something else. I agree with Judge Orozco. I personally don't like a levy lid lift, but I'm telling you that it is something that we need to allow the citizens of this county to understand what the impact would be with it, what the impact would be without it, and let them choose whether or not they're supportive of it or not. That's the system. That's why they changed it from a 6% per year budget increase capability by the 3 of you being able to sit there down to 1%, because they wanted to take that and give it back to the people to vote on if there was to be any increase whatsoever on that. So I personally, in looking at all these strategies, and I've handled budgets personally that are way bigger than this entire county's budget. And I'm telling you, we're not going to make it off of just one strategy. We're going to have to be looking at multiple strategies that are there, and we're going to have to do it over a fast period of time. We usually wait until we do budgets in September, and we don't even start working on the negotiations with the unions till October, November. We need to have that done in ahead of time before we even do our budgets, to even know what we're going to be facing. So I'm just throwing things out at you that has quirked me for 3 years that I've been in here for planning. New construction is certainly going to help. When we go from $240 and $260 million a year in new construction in the last 2 years, over $500 million, you just don't keep up with that overnight. And thank you for the added staff member for that. It's going to make a huge impact this year on it. We do have dates set, Judge, that are set by the state. New construction has to be determined as to value of completion by the last day of July. Now, that doesn't mean that as of the last day of July, you pull figures out of your behind, because you can't do that, okay? You have to start working on it ahead of time and after that time to assess what percentage was completed of the new construction or additions or whatever, we call all that new construction. What percentage was it, and what is that value worth at that point in time? Then we calculate that for the next year's taxes and budgets for the commissioners to do. If we were to go back and remove all of the new construction over the last 10, 12 years, you'd be short $5 million right now in your annual budget. It brings that much extra in on a continued basis as it grows every year. So you'd be that much more short if we didn't get new construction. So it's imperative that we get that. And it doesn't add to the taxpayers unless they're doing the new construction and then they're getting their share. But the taxpayers that are already paying to property taxes, when you set your budget, that new construction helps meet part of that need, helps meet part of what your budget is. But it's divided or reduced by the levy rate. And you saw where the levy rate now is just under 75 cents per thousand. So if you do $500,000 in new construction, you divide that by 1,000 and you decrease it by 74.888, whatever it happens to be, just under 75 cents per thousand, and that's the dollars that you get to increase your budget by for new construction. So we'll make a huge impact to that. I really am hoping that we can handle the increase. Just the city of Pasco alone at over $120 million in new building permits in the month of January.
How much?
Over $120 million in the month of January in new building permits for the city of Pasco.
So are you connected to the city of Pasco in
Yes.
any way to find out when there is completion?
No, not completion. We look at every single building permit that comes in, and then no matter what the percentage of completion is, we have to go determine what that percentage of completion is and the value of that percentage of completion as of the last day of July of every year. And that's a mandate set by the Department of Revenue. So it makes no difference when they complete it, as long as we know that there was a permit taken out or we stumble across it. And listen, not everybody takes permits out, and we stumble across a lot of those that there were no building permits taken out. We still have to pick up that value as of what is its value and the percentage of completion as of the last day of July. So let's say the Amazon buildings were only 10% complete 2 years ago, the end of July. We would have only picked up 10%. Now, that's just a percentage, okay, off the top of my head. We would have only picked up that percentage of completion and what that value is of that completion at that time. Then last year, the end of July, we would have went out and said, by golly, they picked up another 80%, so now they're 90% complete. We would determine what's the 90% value as of that completion as of the end of July. And then, of course, this year, we'd go back out and say, yeah, they got it all done, and we'll pick up that additional 10%. Now, that's just a hypothetical for an example. They actually did get 100% done this by last July, the end of July. Not occupied, so personal property taxes are not just the real estate tax, okay, portion of the value. So those are mandated dates set by the Department of Revenue that we do. So, I hate taxes. I don't set the taxes, I set the assessed values in this county, which affect the taxes that people are going to pay. On the average, parcels went up about $400 on average in this county. Your budget has been running between 10.5% and 12% of the whole taxation for property taxes that comes into this county. It's about $130 million right now. Okay, what you operate this entire county on as far as property taxes has been running 10.5% to 12%. Okay, this year at 9.57. Schools are at 70.51% of all taxation on property taxes goes to the schools in this county or the state. Okay, so you're trying to operate this entire county based on a levy rate of just under 75 cents per thousand, which is 9.57% of all property taxation that comes in. All the rest of it goes to all these other taxing districts and entities. And so what I'm telling you is there's going to be services that cannot be provided by this county of one way, shape, fashion, or form if we can't find the problems and fix them and save the money, and or if there isn't enough money coming from some source. Sales tax is sales tax. I don't see where it's going to increase unless we just have a real boom in the economy, okay? I, for one, would be willing to pay $100 to $200 more a year to have this county function properly. We're already lean as can be on staffing. You've heard that from every department, and the stats show it. You're lean as can be. If you're going to be cutting to meet budget, there's going to be services that have to be cut. The taxpayers have a right to know what services are going to be cut way before they're cut at the end of the year, and we're all having to live with it in our budgets. And/or what is it going to be a potential cost to them if they want to approve a levy lid lift. So, but gentlemen,
Mr. Chairman.
take it to the voters.
Yes, Mr. Didier.
So, John, I think we're playing a little bit of shell games here.
How's that?
Well, you reassessed our property, and at one time it was at 104%.
At one time, it was over $2.
No, you reassessed our property, and it went above 100%. It actually went to 104, and then it came back down to 98.
What year was that?
The last year.
Incorrect.
John.
Incorrect. Our
I've
audits
seen
came
the-
out at 91.3%.
John.
You were
now
showing,
listen.
you were seeing
John, will you let me
speculation,
finish?
Commissioner,
John, will you let, no, I seen the paper that you presented to us.
which was an estimate. It wasn't the exact, we ended up at exactly
You raised our
91.3%.
property values, and you told the people that it wasn't going to raise our taxes, but we all got our tax forms, and our taxes went up.
Commissioner, you better look at yours personally, because a bunch of yours went down. I'm serious, you
We're
better
paying-
look at
No,
it.
John, we're paying more money. I've had people calling me.
I
They're
understand
calling me
that.
wondering
And I
that
said
why
on
their taxes are going
average,
up.
and I'm not trying to argue, I said on average, they went up $400 per parcel, and they did. Who sets the taxes on those? The county is 9% of it. The rest
Are
of
you
it is
gonna let
all
me
these other
talk, or You're
districts.
just going to keep talking.
Well, I'm not going to let you mislead the people on what I've said.
Well, I think you might be misleading them.
Not at all.
'Cause
I've
you-
got the
you raised
documents.
You raised our valuation, it's going to raise taxes,
Not everybody's
John.
valuation was
Okay?
raised.
So when you raise the taxes, the
I
levies...
don't raise the taxes.
The levies only need so much money to fulfill it. It went down. Now you want to raise the levy.
No, I didn't say that. I did not say I wanted to raise the levy. I said I want the taxpayers to have the
Okay,
right
here's my
to
next
choose.
question, John. A person that lives in an apartment, should they be able to vote to raise my property
I
taxes?
personally don't think they should, but the courts have disagreed and they have the right to do so. So my personal belief is,
That's
if you
why I'm
don't
not-
pay property tax, I don't think you should
Personally,
vote on
that's
it.
why I'm not going to give them a chance to do it to us.
You're
Because we
also-
can't afford it.
Then,
They just
Commissioner-
sold hay in California
I
today,
understand.
today for $150, John. $150 for first cutting hay.
Clint, I'll be the
How are
first
we
one
gonna
to
make
agree
it
with
work?
you on changing the legislation on that. I'll be the first one to agree with you.
I hope so.
fight over there to try to change some of those, but we have the laws that we've got, and the people have a right to choose, and if they choose no, then they need to know what are the services that will be reduced. Now,
They
that's
only
just my
have that
opinion.
right if we give it to them. We commissioners, we got to put it on the ballot.
You have, yeah, you have to
You
put it
gotta
on the
vote to
ballot.
put it on the ballot,
You
John.
do, but I would
Okay.
hate to see you withhold that right for the people.
Okay, John.
So, anyway,
Why don't
that's
you-
my 2
thank you.
cents worth,
And
gentlemen.
besides that, I want to thank you for answering my email. I sent John an email because I filed my appeal to the state for my property tax increase. And I sent John an email, and I sent it to him. I said, John, we need some questions answered for my appeal to the state. Does Franklin County have a public benefit rating system? And you said yes. It was passed in 2007 by the commissioners. It is handed through the Planning and Building Department. If so, what is it? It's under the Planning and Building Department, and you sent me the link. How many years does Franklin County average production capacity? Various commodities, this is your answer, various commodities and yields throughout the county are looked at, and for most part, it is a 5-year period. However, Department of Revenue has in the past had counties use a 10-year period, and I thank them for that, because farming cycles terribly bad.
That's why it's a 5-year on most cases.
And what is Franklin County's net cash rental? Franklin County does not have a net cash rental component since very few rental agreements are recorded and are available for public viewing.
Correct.
Well, that's part of our property tax assessment is rental rates on open spaces.
Okay, no, it's a combination of...
Combination of three things.
99% of it is yield, commodity prices, whether you're dry land, what type of crops are raised there, and I'll be glad to have that conversation with you.
It's like sales, it's
And Clint,
production.
we have a current use board of
Yeah.
5 farmers and individuals that we meet with every year, and it's open to the public, and every one of these things have been discussed and agreed by that entire board.
Yes.
including values, yields, pricing, and we do look at.
We gotta get on the rental rate deal, because the rental rates are gonna go down. There's
And-
no
and-
pricing in
And they
commodities.
tell us whether or not there's an impact in that. However, the biggest factor is commodities and yields, which, Commissioner, I challenge you to go in and look at just ag properties that are on the current use. A $2 million ag property reduced by 70 cents or increased by like $1.70. The taxes did not increase for the out there to speak of to any degree on agricultural current use properties. And I can show you
I think we're
property
gonna
after
have some
property.
people come to the mic and disagree with
Well,
you.
I'm talking about the land current use. I'm not talking about building structure. I'm talking about current use. And I've looked up dozens of them in the last week.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Well, thank you, John. I want to say that, I am not in favor of a levy lid lift.
I am
I
not either.
understand.
And I feel that we are
We just got to
taxed
come to some
excessively,
solution.
But we definitely need
Hey,
to
listen,
Yep,
take a plan.
yep.
hey, listen,
You have to wait your turn, sir. I'm sorry.
absolutely.
I just want to say thank you to all the employees at Franklin County, because it shows that we
Fantastic.
are able to do the job with less manpower. And I just want to say congratulations, kudos, thank you.
They're great people. They really are.
So
Okay.
I don't see people standing in line at any office. So I think that that part is being, handled efficiently. So.
Yeah, and that's for all the offices, not just ours.
Right.
They all do a great job. They really do.
They do, and I just
Yeah.
want to say thank you to all the employees of Franklin County.
Thank you.
So, thank you, John.
Hey, John. I'll challenge you on prices of shit. Absolutely will. I'm seeing.
Mr. Sant, welcome to the microphone.
All right, just glad to join in the productive conversation, I guess. I just wanted to say, I think one of the things that I've heard from a lot of folks directly is when we propose taxes, they want to see exactly how that tax funding is going to go. And I think the E911 tax idea, that makes a lot of sense because people know exactly how their dollars are going to be spent. They know what it's going to do for us as a county. I think that's something that could be viable. It would free up money from our general fund, but also basically put an investment to upgrade systems that need to be upgraded. It would free up a little bit of cost. And I think we're at the point where we have to start looking outside the box and figuring out, hey, what can we do? And I think the citizens, when they resoundingly supported the mental health tax, I think everybody recognized, hey, I'll go ahead and support that because they knew what was being built, what was going to be built with that. In addition to our therapeutic courts, it was also going to provide a center for being able to treat individuals that are suffering with mental illness. That's a huge cost. If we don't treat mental illness at the earliest stages, then we end up spending it through healthcare costs, additional taxes, and other expenditures that come later on down the road, including the court system. That is something that is going to also continue to increase. We've tried to do everything we can in our office. We've come up with the prosecutor diversion program, which has been successful in giving individuals an opportunity, primarily to first-time offenders. It gets our victims restored in a more expeditious manner with their when they've been a victim, particularly of theft or other property crimes. Part of the program requires them to restore that victim in a whole, basically paying off restitution. If they want the advantage of the completion of the diversion program, either within 12 or 24 months, they have to pay that individual back for the property or other value that was harmed in that result. We've tried to do everything we can to be creative. I've worked closely with Larry over the years, as I remember when it used to start out where Larry was approaching me and saying, hey, can you hold off on new filings? And that was in early December. Now it seems like that's almost hitting in about August. Can you hold off? Because that's how much the increases were, the challenges that he has faced in trying to staff public defenders, We struggle to fill the gaps that we have within our own prosecutor's office. So what happens during that time is you have other cases that don't get as expeditiously prosecuted, delayed. We have to triage and figure out what can we handle, what can we prosecute first. Obviously, we're doing the best that we can with the limited resources that we have. I share that just because I recognize that we're all going to have tough decisions. I mean, if the board came down and said, hey, look, there is no other solution other than laying off people, then I'd have to tell the people, it's like, look, your property crimes are probably not going to get prosecuted at all. We just don't have the manpower. We can't do it. We have to focus on the most violent offenses. And that's a direct impact to the citizens of the county. So I hope that the board will at least be open to hearing these ideas. And I think the numbers that Mike was throwing out there, and these are the numbers, there was an earlier discussion before where the sheriff was simply asking a question, and I concur, it makes sense to ask, because I was asked the question of how much money is being spent for like Veterans Court or some of our therapeutic courts we share with the drug court with Benton County. And I'm a firm believer. I said, you know, it makes no sense. If we have to share resources between two counties and we could make it work so it's a fair process with the both counties, I think that's a great idea. But I think we're at a point where we really need to ask the question, though, of what are Franklin County citizens receiving for the money that they're expending? And that's just a simple question. And I think if we have that, then we could also go back and say, hey, is this bi-county system program working? Is it not? I think what our coroner presented, it's a very real thing. I've had to go on a couple occasions to Snohomish County is where he has to drive or has had to in the past for doing autopsies for cases that we've had where we have to travel all the way to the side of the state. And I think that is an extreme hardship for the families that have suffered a loss of a loved one, where they now, if they want to participate, there's an opportunity to be in an observation room or be in a waiting room while they're going through an autopsy. And I think it's a huge advantage. I hope nobody here has to go through that process. But unfortunately, as we know, death and taxes, it's going to happen. So families are going to have that situation where they're going to want to figure out, working with the coroner's office, figuring out what's going on with their loved one. And if we could do that locally, that's a huge advantage. And I recognize that that's a modest cost that was presented, but that's something certainly that would help us as well when we have homicide cases and we have to do autopsies. That's certainly an important service that Curtis's office has provided to us in working with us. I do know one of the additional sources of revenue that we could tap into for some of our therapeutic court funds, that's the opioid settlement. We've started to get some of the revenues from that, but that's nickels, dimes to a much greater process, but it is something that's certainly going to help us expand the work that Judge Orozco has already started in getting that process working, and we're hoping that we could pull a little bit from that to get our own program up and running here in Franklin County. Again, that is something that we've seen from evidence-based research, that those kind of therapeutic courts do save us money in the long term because it does correct criminal behaviors that are attributed to drug or other alcohol or other abuse issues, and attributed to mental health issues. People that get treatment for mental health, treatment for drug and alcohol abuse become productive citizens back in society. And I think that's something that we've really been able to benefit. So I just want to ask the commissioners to look outside the box. Hopefully we have a good discussion and we could kind of look at what are our revenue sources. One of the questions I've asked myself, and frankly, I'm not an expert in this area, but how can the fastest growing county in the state be struggling so much more than its fellow counties? And I don't know if the Consor study looked at that to figure out, hey, what are the revenues coming in? We could clearly see that we're not fat in our offices. In fact, most of our offices are probably understaffed to some extent, but we get by with what we can. So I'd really like to see a breakdown of that study to see, hey, what are we really bringing in and where are our expenditures going, whether it's to another county. I think it's important for us to have the answers, because if we do ask the citizens and say, look, citizens, we are spending your tax money wisely. Look at our county compared to other counties. I agree with the comments that were made that it's a piece of education. If you want people to vote on the taxes, they are going to expect that we show them exactly what their tax dollars would be really spent on. And I think we have to answer those questions for ourselves so we could tell people, hey, look, we've looked at everything. We've looked at what we're spending in bi-county services. We think that's a good deal. Here's what we found. But even doing those kind of things, we're still facing a shortfall. Let's come up with some creative ideas and figuring out how we could do things a little bit smarter. And one of the things that I wanted to just tap into is making sure that we have a mechanism of tracking the sales tax revenues. Because my understanding is if you build a home in Franklin County, but you purchase those materials outside of the county, we should be the county that's recipient of those tax revenues. So if you spend $100,000 on resources, materials in another county, and it's for building here in Franklin, we should be getting those sales tax revenues. I don't know who's the expert here in our county to be able to track all that down, or being able to track down and make sure that the state is sending Franklin County, when anybody within the county orders online and they purchase something online, through that sales tax, that the state is actually sending us, Franklin County, that money revenue back, and making sure that we're getting that. Because I know that during COVID, when a lot of people were ordering, it seemed like our sales tax revenues actually increased because people were shopping from home in the county. So it'd be nice to make sure we have a good mechanism to ensure that actually the state is making sure Franklin County receives those funds. So anyway, I just wanted the board to know that, at least from a prosecutor's office standpoint, we're doing everything we can to address what I think is just going to continue to be a growing issue, which is crime. You get a bigger area, populations go up, criminal activity goes up. So we're trying to do the best we can with the resources that we have, and we continue to, work with Larry the best we can to try to make sure that we are filing things in a way that doesn't create a situation that compounds the problem, where there's delays in getting appointments of defense attorneys on board. So anyway, that's all I had to say.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you. Any other electeds that would like to partake of Mr. Gonzalez's presentation?
It's me again.
Hello.
I don't like taxes either. I don't know who anybody
I don't
does.
think anybody does.
Commissioner Mullen, you made an excellent statement, education. I think that's what we have to do with the citizens of Franklin County, educate. Just like I came to you trying to educate you what my needs are as a coroner. You three can say yes or no. But what will you be known as? Will you be known as those that didn't allow the citizens of Franklin County to at least voice their opinion? I think if we educate them, get out of their way, and let them find out. There are other avenues. We have properties, taxes, or property that we could sell. It might not do a lot, but it'll help build up that reserve. Just with Tim talking the other day about the amount that we have in reserves, that's kind of frightening. If we can get away from doing a road shift, that's been talked. I was talking to Greg out at the shop the other day, and he says, yeah, we got enough money to do 40 miles or 23 miles or something like that. I think Commissioner Bauman had talked to him too, and I said, man, that hardly makes worth firing up the equipment.
100 truckloads of rock.
Yeah, that's hardly worth firing up the equipment sometimes. So I think if anything, look at our avenues, where our spending is. Let's educate our people. We have brilliant people in Franklin County. A lot of, farmers are wise. They know how to pinch the penny.
I think they've already pinched him.
They have, And I like to say that, my department, I pinch my pennies too. I can't cut my staff. If you cut my staff, it's me. There's two and a half of us. So I just, I'm glad I'm not sitting where you guys are right now with that decision. But my opinion is we educate and allow our citizens to make that decision. They're who we work for. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would be in favor of the 911 tax because everybody in the county has skin in the game. It's a sales tax, and I think it's a fair tax because everybody pays it. I think in the county courthouse, we really got to look at this what we're doing with our health care. 2.4 million a year, add that up. That's killing our county. We got people taking it in cash. We're paying them not to take our insurance. If you've got insurance and it's better than what the county has, God bless you. You're doing better than we are. But we shouldn't be paying them that much money to take home in their check. And we shouldn't be putting $1,650 in everybody's VEBA account. This is one area that we really got to address. And I think we need to address it immediately. Thank you.
Yes, I would agree on that. I don't believe anybody that has a spouse that has better insurance than we provide would take the double insurance. I think that, maybe there is an opportunity to say, well, we know that your spouse has insurance. Maybe we do a $200 matched contribution to their VEBA account. All of our counties around us, none of them pay out what we've been paying. So that's my opinion on that, and I think that it needs to be addressed because our citizens are taxed excessively already, and we just need to find other opportunities and avenues. I would agree with the sales tax. That's something that everybody pays. And our communication systems are in desperate need and have been for years. So it's not something that anybody's looking forward to paying for. But on the other hand, if you're in an emergency situation and they can't get help to you, the sales tax of 0.1% would probably, you'd consider that a bargain if you were in need of help. Our communication systems are in horrible shape. We've bought in every piece of equipment that's available on eBay. There simply are no more parts. So, Mike Gonzalez, do you have any other elected heads?
Yes, Chair. Unless any elected officials want to say anything, I know Commander Connor texted me during the meeting for some clarification on the budget exchange. You're more than welcome to come up because I know there, as I mentioned to Commissioner Didier, there are some general funds that go to support by county court systems. I didn't know that exact amount. I know you guys work in that space and are experts in that, so you can clarify what that number is.
Yeah, just to clarify, about 4 to 5 million of that is general fund dollars of the figures that Mr. Gonzalez had given you.
Of the roughly 9 million.
Right. The other, I wouldn't call it grant funds, but they are restricted funds. So, for instance, there's a certain amount of taxes from the transaction of a property that has to go into the homeless fund. They're restricted funds. It's not necessarily a grant, but those funds are restricted solely for the purpose of ending homelessness. Yeah. So there's those side funds that kind of makes up the rest. But the takeaway from those restricted funds is, are we paying someone an administrative fee to run those for us? Because that would be a general fund expenditure. So that's, it's obviously still in the infancy stages, but just to give you an idea of why I think that exercise is significant, I'll give you an example. We have uncovered, fairly early in this that we're actually paying for the same service twice. And what I mean by that is we send $104,000 to Benton County for adult drug court, which is a phenomenal program. I've been personally involved with it for several years. I advocate for it. However, we also have a diversion court now in Franklin County through district court that is open for business, is up and running. So last year, we needed that service from Benton County. Now this year, we have our own, but we're still paying for it twice. So it's those types of things. We're talking about $7 million. I'm giving you a $104,000 solution. obviously that's not going to equate, but when we start looking at several of those $104,000 minor solutions, they start adding up. So that's the purpose of this type of exercise. It's not to put anybody on the defense and question the services or what they're doing with our money. It seems like it gets very emotional very quickly when we start talking about that. And it's not meant to criticize Benton County. It's just meant to take a fresh look, because last year we may have needed it, this year we don't. And is there maybe an administrative oversight that's allowing some of those duplication of services to occur, where we could start chipping away at this real financial problem? So hope that helps with clarification.
Any questions? All right, thank you.
Chair, I do have Tim Anderson on. He would wrap up this workshop, just in case the commissioners have any questions. Obviously he's the one that knows the budget on our side better than anybody. So some of the items perhaps he can address. Fastest way to solve the 2025 budget issues. We've worked really hard. We're looking at different ways to solve the VEBA issue. Margot Wilder and we were meeting with a new outfit today, looking at how we can massage that VEBA issue and figure out a way, whether it's grandfathering, if it's ripping the Band-Aid off, and really figuring out a way, the best way we can take care of our employees with good insurance and not cost ourselves $2.4 million a year in the overage charge. So I brought Tim here. He's got some insights, because I think one of the key takeaways from the Consor study was the revenue generation. When you consider 80% of our current expense in our general fund, it comes from sales tax and property tax, and we don't have a ton of enterprise funds here at Franklin County like a city does. So our ability to generate revenue is really restricted. So with that being said, I wanted to tee it up for Tim and thank him for coming.
Welcome, Mr. Anderson.
So I just wanted to start off going over where we're winding up with the 2023 budget. First, just to kind of set the stage for where we're at. I mean, I know we've already been talking about that, but wanted to have some up-to-date numbers on this. So right now, I'm forecasting that we're going to wind up with $51.5 million of revenues for 2023. Some of those, it is estimates. I forecasted what was going to come in the until for 2023, and so based on that, I have $51.5 million. So of that, there was $7.3 million of beginning fund balance, and then we had transferred in $1.7 million for ARPA transfers in. That was like the retention payments, the $5,000 retention payments. There was transfers into OPD, prosecutor's office, and then we also had a road shift of $375,000 for 2023. If you take all of that out, you get revised revenues of just over $42 million. And then you compare that to what I'm estimating our expenditures will wind up being of $43.7 million. That leads to a overall loss essentially of $1.6 million. And I would say to keep in mind too that with that $1.6 million deficit, that we had one of the better years that we had with investment interest, where it was I think $1 million plus, maybe even $1.5 million over what it historically has been. And so if you would factor that into the equation too, we're much closer to a $3 million loss for 2023 if you would back that out. And then this chart just goes over, it really just compares our two main revenue sources, property taxes and sales taxes, which the two of them together is right around 60% of our operating budget in current expense. And then salaries and benefits, which are right around 60% of the operating expenditures as of 2024. And as I trended these out, so I made some assumptions on these, for property taxes going out. I was adding in the 1% property tax increase that's a board decision, as well as each year I was doing $250,000 of new construction. That may or may not be light, but it was just a number that I thought was reasonable based on what we've had in previous years. And then sales tax, I had just used a trend within Excel to come up with estimated sales tax numbers through the years. And then for salaries and benefits, I forecasted out essentially 1.5 or a 5% increase moving forward. So a step increase is 5%. Not everybody gets a step increase because some people are capped out. But then, so I figured 2.5 roughly, and then if there's any COLAs or whatever, that pretty easily gets us to 5%. So that could even be a light number. But as you can see, when you compare our major revenues compared to our major expenditures through the years, it really looks like we're getting further and further apart. And so, that's kind of where that's why we're having this discussion, is because of this is the major trend for the county, because, these are our main revenue sources that are supporting our main expenditure. And, I should point out too that for 2023, I'm forecasting a slight drop in sales tax revenue for 2023, but then moving forward, it's going up, which is based on the overall trend, and so it could go up, but once again, if we don't see those same, if we don't see those increases, we're in much deeper water than what I've forecasted on here. And as well as if we see interest rates coming back down to what they have been historically, once again, that you start seeing those red numbers get a lot bigger. So that's kind of where we're at. And then, so as far as solving it, one of the things, I think when I had asked about the 911, when that was brought up before, I believe it was mentioned that there was some thought that it could be used in current expense. I kind of had my doubts that it could, and so that's really, it could benefit the county overall, but ultimately when we're talking current expense, which is our main focus really when we're talking budgets, is current expense. And so, it certainly could be a huge benefit to the county, especially if there's any needs that would come from, we haven't been paying from current expense into the E911 fund, but if there were future needs where we would have needed to, this sales tax could offset that to make it so that we wouldn't need it into the future. So that's one of them. And then there's the lid lift, which has been talked about pretty extensively. Ultimately, to get this balance without doing something major, the other thing that historically what we've done is a road shift. Right now we've got, after this year's budget where we took $1.5 million from reserves, there's, I think, approximately $750,000 that will be left. So you'd have to do a pretty substantial road shift. I know in the past we've done as high as $1.7 million of a road shift. I think without some other significant decisions, that we'd have to do a fairly large road shift, and then potentially transfer from reserves, do the 1%. As far as grants, I think grants are great. I think part of the problem that I see with grants, and I think they can help for primarily one-time expenses. So if we have some big capital needs, it may be able to help with that. If we have I think the courthouse in general has a lot of things that need improvements done. And so if we can find funding for that, great. But I think a lot of times with grants, it's going to be for, it's not going to be for continuing operations, or it's going to be a new service. You're typically not supplanting something that you're currently doing with grant money to move on to into the future. And so I think it can be great for one-time needs, but generally speaking, I don't think that it's going to help significantly on the operating side of things. And then other than that, there's VEBA considerations that was brought up earlier. I did look at that a little bit. So as far as current expense, this is a chart that breaks down how much we paid. So this is 2023 in the F column here. So we paid into total payments into VEBA was VEBA and VEBA to cash 1.9 million, and then into other medical dental payments it was 1,928,000. For 2024, I'm estimating, and it's based on my estimates for 2024 was based on the activity for the first few payrolls of the year. So I extrapolated out for the rest of the year, and based on that, I was seeing just under $2 million into VEBA payments, and then 2.3 million into other medical payments. So slightly more on the medical side, but this just gives kind of a snapshot of what we're paying into these. So as far as changes, one of the thoughts, but that's one of the ideas that's been talked about is putting a max limit on how much goes into these excess payments, whether it's VEBA or VEBA to cash. So you could have, so this is just some various scenarios. These are just examples. These aren't real numbers. So say we will do up to $1,500 a month into overall medical payments, but it's capped out, but you're capped out at say for example, $500. And this is not a set in stone number. This is just for purposes of just explaining this out. So with this, so if you were capped out at, so if, for example, if you were waiving benefits, so you have zero need of medical contribution, well, you would max out at a $500 VEBA contribution, so you would receive a total of $500 in benefits for them, and this is monthly. Whereas on the next scenario down, if your benefits cost $250, well, then you'd still get the $500 VEBA contribution because you're getting up to $1,500 with a max on the VEBA contribution. So the $250 plus $500 gives you $750. If you go down to the other end of it, if you use $1,500 on medical because you're covering your family, you would then get, now you're capped out at the $1,500 there. So you'd get no VEBA contribution and for a total received of $1,500. So this is just kind of explaining the thought process that we've been having on what you could do as far as VEBA payments. So this, if you did something like this, it would, I know there's been talk that how it's being proposed at the end of last year, the way it was being proposed is there wouldn't necessarily be a benefit to the county because people might switch plans. Well, this would guarantee a benefit to the county. It would guarantee savings to the county because you're capping total contributions and you're capping VEBA contributions. So with that in mind, so I just have some different scenarios based on So this chart off to the left is, lists all of the, it's a total, it's based on, at a point in time, all of the payments that we're making on all of the different, for all the different people in the courthouse. So there's, all of the employees are listed on, within this chart, that comes up with these totals. Which right now you're seeing, so ultimately that leads to, we would pay, based on this, that would be $4.8 million annually, which includes $2.4 million of employer contributions to medical plans, and then and then a total of right around 2.4 in VEBA-related payments. And then the current expense amounts are listed below. So this is countywide, this top chart, and then down below is current expense. So if you, based on the scenario that I just went over as far as max contribution, so if you capped VEBA, these are the potential savings that the county would incur based on those caps, based on the current cost of the plans and and the plan that people are in right now. So if they did switch plans, if they switched from a employee-only plan to a family plan, there would be some changes in these savings. So this is just based on where people are at right now. So if you capped VEBA at $1,000, you'd see savings of approximately $314,000. And then if you capped it at $900, you'd see potential savings of $392,000 annually. On down to, if you capped it at $100 to VEBA payments, you'd see potential savings of $1.7 million. The other thought, because I think there has been some concern from employees voiced on some of these changes. And so one of the other thoughts that has been discussed as well would be grandfathering in the current employees, which would mean that they would keep the current VEBA, they'd keep the current rates, the $1,600. You can get $1,600 into VEBA. You keep everything the same as, and then for future employees, then they'd be under the new, whatever the new adopted maximums were. And so we'd have different current employees versus future employees, you'd have different rates. And so with that, I ultimately went through and just made some estimates of I think we were estimating that about 30% of the workforce left in a year. So I put down 20% just to be more conservative on this. And so if you did 20% leaving, and you well, that it would lead to so this would. You'd see savings based on, so like if you had it at $500, on the first year, you'd have $182,000 in savings based on 20% of people turning over. And then if in the second year, if another 15% left, you'd have $319,000. And then in the third year, if you had another 10% turning over, you'd be at $410,000. So it'd be a less drastic savings. But it would be ultimately just a way to benefit current employees. So I mean, this is just one of the scenarios that has been talked about. But as you can see, there are some potential pretty big savings on this information as well. And then outside of that, I mean, if pretty substantial actions aren't taken then I think we're getting into the territory of where I think we may need to look at hiring freezes, furloughs, layoffs, things like that, if enough action isn't taken to resolve these potential concerns. And I'm just trying to present the best data. It's ultimately the commissioner's decision on all this stuff. The 911 sales tax, the lid lift. I don't even live in Franklin County. I live in Benton County, so I don't even get to vote on these anyway. But I'm just trying to present the best information to be as useful as possible on this stuff. And any questions?
Any questions, commissioners?
No, good. Thank you, Tim. Very well done.
Thank you. Is there a way that we could get some of these snapshots to study and think about a little bit more?
Yes, certainly. I can pass you these.
Thank you.
Give you these spreadsheets and stuff.
All right, thank you, Tim, for your presentation. Appreciate it. Oh, yes, Mr. Sent.
Workshop discussion, or is this? I just wanted to ask a question about this.
Sure, come on up. What's your question?
So one of the things that we've been trying to look at is the fact that we have multiple collective bargaining agreements that are within our county, various offices. The one question I have, though, as we're talking about cost-saving measures, what is the total cost? It's about $1,600 per month. If we take all the county's insurance, that costs $1,600 a month, correct? Correct. For different union groups are slightly different than that, but approximately the majority I think are 1,600. Or have we calculated out what it would cost if everybody switched from a VEBA system to where we completely eliminate VEBA, but everybody has then adopted the county's insurance? If everybody did that, what would that cost be for the county? So if everybody that is currently eligible because they have another spouse or family member with a qualifying plan that allows them to use their insurance, if they came on to the county's insurance plan, what would be the cost to the county in that instance? That I'm not sure. I mean, if you just eliminated VEBA payments meaning if everybody opted out of the VEBA option and they chose to go with county's insurance, what would be the savings for the county? I mean, under our current method, there wouldn't be any savings because, I mean, we pay a flat amount for everybody, whether they get insurance or not.
That's not necessarily true. You have a big
So-
pool, insurance theoretically should be cheaper.
So, and that, you could see that in the future, yes. But I'm just trying to be as optimistic as possible as we're talking about trying to hit a budget crunch. I don't even think we're able to do that with the way the CBAs are structured. Like you said, creating a tiered program where over time we could come up with something. I'm just trying to figure out best case scenario, if that's what this is being described as. If everybody opted in for the county's insurance under the present system, that would be no cost savings to the county.
And one thing to note, Sean, is that VEBA is not really bargained. What's bargained is the overage with the CBA. So, and we've always chosen to give the overage, for instance, on employee only.
Right.
It costs us about $800 to buy that for an employee only, and we give the overage of the $1,600. So most jurisdictions are not giving that overage into an HRA account. So that the question becomes, what do we do with those overages? And
Because that's what I was trying to look at, is because when we looked at other counties, we're trying to compare apples to apples. And like,
Right.
I believe like in Benton County, everybody is on the same plan. Whether you have 20 kids, no kids, employee only, everybody's on a one-size-fits-all plan. And then everybody gets a VEBA portion on that.
right, and that's where the extra numbers do help with.
So I'm just
the
trying to
cost.
figure out if that's really a savings, if everybody goes onto a plan, assuming that's a good deal for the county, assuming everybody did that, does it save us any money? And
Yeah, and that's,
now it really doesn't.
as you know, that's something we can't predict, because there'll be a proportion that stay with,
Okay.
that probably go to their health plan of their spouse, that's probably pretty good, so we can't predict that, but,
Because I know there's other plans out there that would require the county to be in a first payer situation anyway. So I know
Right.
when we've had presentations in the past, if you start seeing an increase where, say, somebody is having their drugs, their prescription drugs that is provided from another insurer because another family member provides that insurance, now all of that could be coming to the county's plans. And I know what insurers typically have done in the past, we get sold, hey, this is a great opportunity. Blue Cross Premier will come in 1 year, then the next year they come back and say, oh, it's going up 20%. So I just want to make sure that as we're looking at this, we're doing so, and whether that means we have to structure something with insurance where we could get some kind of rate for 5-year guaranteed, I don't think they do that. It's all based on composite and returns, but that's something that I think we really have to look at. Is there a way that we could get our insurance structured so it does save everybody funds? And I just bring this up because I know as we look at a benefits package as a whole, employees are looking at it from the standpoint of this VIBA was offered as a benefit back in the days when they offset receiving raises or compensation on salary side. So that's just something important that we remember is looking at that. We had a study done for employees and trying to see market share of what they would be, should be compensated at. And if we all of a sudden go to those same employees and say, not only are you not getting an increase at this point in time, but we're also get a change of benefits package that's going to affect them, that could be a huge, a huge hit to a lot of employees within our respective offices.
Well, we definitely need to take a look at it because I've never seen any place that lets you take your insurance as cash.
No, and that's fine. I just want to make sure that we're having a discussion of, does that save us any money? If we eliminate that.
Well, if
and
you
we
eliminate
brought-
it, I mean, I don't think anybody that already has insurance from their spouse is going to take double insurance that you can't use.
Everybody could use double insurance because it'll offset your.
I don't
it-
believe
it'll
so. I don't
offset
think you
your-
can go to your doctor and turn it into two different insurance companies.
Absolutely. That's how it works.
And then they pay you cash back?
They don't pay you cash back, but it offsets the cost to the individual. So if you're going to ask employees to either choose, we're now taking away VIBA, you have the option of getting county health insurance. I could guarantee you probably 100% of them will take county's insurance to offset what they would have to pay out of pocket.
Yeah.
Because that'll be cash to them when they go to their doctor and say, hey, here's my primary insurance, here's my secondary insurance. They bill it both and they figure it out between the insurance companies. Nobody is going to walk away from leaving a benefit on the table if their fellow employees are receiving a benefit. That's all I'm saying. I just want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples with the understanding of calculation that nobody is going to give up something. They are going to take county's insurance if that's what they are required to do. I want us to understand if that happens, and that's why I asked the question originally. If everybody, what seems to be the ideal situation, if everybody in the county goes to insurance, how does that affect the
Well,
cost to the
I can tell you
county?
right now, it's not sustainable with the current situation that we have.
Well, no, and that's
Mr. Ballman,
why,
Commissioner Ballman
yeah.
had a question for you.
Yeah.
Right now, we pay approximately $1,600 to everybody, no matter what. If we went to this and we set a cap on, contributions, then there would be a savings. Because if you, for example, if you set the cap at $500 into VIBA and you have and someone switches from, so they were waiving before, but now they switch onto the insurance and for example, it's employee only and the insurance costs $800. Well, they'd get $800 plus the $500 for VIBA contribution for a total of $1,300 versus the $1,600 that we're paying right now.
So, and thank you for that, because I think that helps clarify the point. The calculated savings is dependent upon people opting for the VIBA option, whether that's the $1,600 that's currently offered now. If they choose to stay with the VIBA option and accept, say, $800 a month, that's the only way the county realizes any savings. if they opt for the insurance provided by the county that is provided for every employee as required by law, if every employee opts for the insurance, there is zero savings. Because everybody would then be, whatever our cost is, and as someone pointed out, that could be correct. If we then come back in and negotiate that, hey, now we have 290 people that are going to be insured whether they like it or not, maybe that drops our rate, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's an initial savings the first year, maybe it's not the next year when all of a sudden all those costs are run through. And that's what I wanted to clarify, is the savings that we saw here are only realized if people continue with the VIBA option. If everybody goes to the county-provided insurance, there will be zero savings.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Hey,
You're saying we're going to use our insurance, it's secondary insurance. If you got better insurance, you're not going to use that much of it. Our rates are going to go down.
I hope so. I
Well,
hope
they
that
would,
I
because you're
hope
not
that-
using the full allotment of our insurance, because your primary insurance is first going to take off. We'll pick up a little bit of it. That's a savings to the insurance company.
Right,
Our
but-
rates
but-
will go down.
And we hope that. But the problem is, have you seen any insurance rates drop over the last 20 years?
It's participation. If we get all 290, our rates are going to drop.
I think rates in other counties that do not do this, though, their rates have not dropped. Their rates continue to gradually go
We're
up
not
each
doing
year.
what we're doing, Sean. We're not,
No,
we're
but
not
that's what.
writing out checks and handing people in salary.
But that's what I'm saying is.
Mr. Chair.
We're
I
talking
got some
about.
questions
these-
for Mr. Anderson, if you're willing.
Commissioner Bauman has some questions for you.
Thank you.
A couple of questions for you. Have you looked at this VIBA increase that 88% over the last 5 years, I believe it was? Did you trajectory that at all by chance?
I didn't go past 2024, no.
Was that something that's very difficult to do? Just, with the trajectory that we've had over the last 5 years being an 88% increase, do we have any idea what that might look like? And if you don't know right now, that's fine. He's going to do it on the fly.
No, I'm just looking at the numbers and thinking. I mean, the difficulty is it's a composition between the plan each person chooses, which doesn't necessarily stay the same. And so,
Either way, it's been over 17% year over year for the last 5 years. Is that fair to say? I believe that's what
it looks like it nearly doubled from 19 to estimated in 2024.
Yeah. Anyways, I just wondered, would like to see that because as the chair said, it's an unsustainable trajectory. So the other thing, and if this is an unfair question, please point that out, but it appears that we incentivize only the those that need the insurance services the best. We incentivize those that do not need it the most out of the system, therefore making our pool concentrated with those that need it the most. Is that fair to describe it that way? I don't know if I'm describing it in the proper form, but those that need it the least are incentivized not to use it.
I think I've heard it stated that way before.
Yeah.
That's what it appears to me. I'm certainly not an expert in this, but I have dug into the information that I've been able to get a hold of for the last little while, and that's what it appears to me is that those that need it the least are incentivized to leave because there's a better benefit outside of this. Whereas if we were to reduce the VIBA cash benefit, it would make the pool more even. Therefore, I don't know that the rates would ever fall, but it would lessen the increase year over year potentially.
I would say, I mean, you don't know the people that you're going to add onto a plan when you do things, but I think generally the bigger the pool, I think generally
The larger the pool, the less the
rates
risk.
Stabilize, yeah, yes.
Yeah, and that's what insurance is, right? It's a calculated risk, and the larger the number, the easier it is to mitigate the outliers, so to speak. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I appreciate it.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And Chair, permission to speak when I get the opportunity?
Yes.
So thank you for allowing this workshop, and thanks for everybody that contributed. So what I'm really looking for from the commissioners are, and I caveat this statement, before we think about a levy lid lift, we would actually need to do the research of something like that, and that's the recommendation from Consor. They would never recommend you throw something on a ballot without actually figuring out if our taxpayers and citizens would want to do that. So really, that's really the question right now is, would we like to study whether the voters would support a levy lid lift? Really yes or no, just to sort of a consensus from the body. And then if it's a hard no, then we move on from that. And I think if it is a yes, then I could work with Consor on, or whatever group that could formulate sort of an investigation and a study, because it would take, bringing citizens together and asking them questions and doing surveys. So that's really my first question is, would we like to study it? The next question would be, if it is a no, then we have to move on, obviously, to the next fastest thing that could help us, which would be to really look at Hapo Center master plan, which could we identify parcels for either lease or sale for our benefit to support the general fund. So, but I think we have to answer that first question first and give us clarity and direction.
Well, I could give you my perspective, and that's, I've not heard any of the constituents in my district come to me and say that they're in favor of a levy lid lift. In fact, I've heard just the opposite. But
And Mr. Chairman, I think we got quite a few people in the audience that instead of waiting to the public comment, maybe we open it up for public comment on this issue and hear from them now. 'Cause
Absolutely.
They're here and they're
I
waiting.
think it's a good idea.
I couldn't agree more. So if there's anyone in the public that would like to make a statement about the levy lid lift, you're more than welcome to come to the microphone at this point.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Well, I got a
It
few
will
more
be a
comments
3-minute.
just to the
3-minute.
levy lift,
Yeah, okay.
but I'll be quick. I got 3 minutes.
Yes.
I mean, most people get 10, 15, 20, I don't know. Anyway, back to the VEBA deal. That was voted in 10, 15 years ago, and it was a total BS deal when it was put in. Because if you go and check with any, I don't care if you're talking state, federal, school districts, whatever, nobody at that time was doing anything that this county voted in. Consequently, ones have done some at a reduced portion, and that's where we need to get this to. If they so desire to take a secondary deal by opting in, no, you're not gonna save no money per se unless you got a bigger pool, hands down. But if that's what they wanna do it. I'll guarantee you, most of them won't. They're not gonna be happy. Nobody's gonna be happy when you take something away from them. I wouldn't be happy, but it should have never been put in the first place. We had commissioners in the past that have done stuff that should not have been done, period. Without the people's vote or the people's opinion on it, and they shoved it through. And there's people, like you said, taking it as salary, and that is dead wrong, right there. I could name some stuff and people, I'm not gonna because that ain't the place. That's my first point. The second point is track and the rest of it. When you got cancer on your leg, and that's what track has been for up 10 years since the day it was built, it's been cancer. It's nothing been in the red except for maybe 1 year. And I don't care, you've hired out of money. How many people to run that place, and it's been in the red? You can hire all you want, it's gonna be in the red because it's an albatross. I say cut it loose, should have cut it loose 15 years ago. Cut it loose. If you can sell it for $50 million, take the money, put it in your reserve fund. If you got to use a little bit here and there, and I'm not saying go use it for these shortfalls we got. That ain't what I'm saying. But you cut the albatross loose. When I got an albatross on my leg, cancer, you cut it off before it's completely encompasses your whole body. That's the second thing. The third thing is about lifting the taxes. Okay, I'm not saying yes or no, but we got to fix the problem. There's no doubt about it. It's just like any business anywhere, you got to fix the problem. Okay? So you need to really look at your expenses and your stuff. If you got to cut, you cut. And then you see where you're at as far as how much money you need to keep this thing at an even keel and not going in the red like track every year. because that don't sustain. It don't sustain if you own a farm. That's why people file bankruptcy. It don't sustain in the business. That's why they fold up shop and quit. So you got to keep it at an even number, and you got to do what you got to do. Am I in favor of it? Heck no. But like John said, my property taxes, as my property, farm ground, did not go up. The assessment went up. The dollars per thousand went down. My buildings and everything else, they went up. Every one of them. Okay? It's a different, you're talking two different things there. But when you do the levy lift, it's not just the buildings no more. It's everything. Everything goes up. Properties, personal property, everything. So that's something you really got to consider and really look at before, like you said, you guys have all said it, before you make that decision. You look at other things that where we can cut money, we can take care of problems and get this thing back on a, I guess, an even keel to where we're not operating in the red. Because what your gentleman showed for the last 3 years, you've basically been in the red. So we got to get it turned around.
Right.
I think there was one more thing, but I really don't remember what it was now. Oh, that sales tax deal. That's what it was. The 9/11 sales tax. I'm not opposed to it, but this is what I don't understand. Ben Franklin Transit, the commissioners of Benton Franklin County imposed that sales tax for that transit system. I don't know why you can't take 1/10 of 1% or whatever away from them to fund this, because it's benefiting both Benton and Franklin County just like the transit does. Number one. The second thing, and maybe I know some stuff I shouldn't know, but I guess they got like $100 million sitting in a reserve fund. Amazing. 100 million, but they can't give up 1/10 of 1%? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. So I guess we need to really look at that and address it.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, my name's Chuck Harmon. Boy, I hope you guys get this mess figured out, you know. Somebody's gonna have to. And a lot of guys said they didn't believe in taxes. Man, I believe in taxes, but fair taxes. But when I'm seeing, and a lot of my friends, they're not getting treated fair, you know. I got 5 acres out there. I give 2.5, give the deed to my kids. And my taxes went up the last 3 years higher than I ever had them, and only got 2.5 acres. Now, I'm not very smart, but I can figure that one out. Something's not right. And all these farmers, they're taking a beating, you know, on their land and their taxes. But something's got to be done. And if you guys can't do it, you know, a lot of them guys said, well, that about fair taxes. You just guys got to get together and do something, because it's not working. And hey, if we didn't have taxes, hey, this bill wouldn't be here. You guys wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. But you got to have fair taxes. But look into what I'm talking about in mine, and you'll be surprised how little money I bring in. But I use it wisely, you know. And I own everything I got. And I got an 8th grade education, but I made it happen. But just put your thinking hat on, just think about it. Because you guys have more revenue than this Tri-City's ever had in it. And you got a lot of out there in front of you, but you guys got to sharpen your pencil and put your thinking hats on. Because you got enough out there. You just got to go down the line and do it right. But I appreciate you guys. And again, I'm going to head up. I'm tired. Have a good night.
All right, good night. Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Commissioners.
evening.
Kevin Heinen, Farmer Mesa, Washington. You guys got some pretty difficult decisions to be making. You know, I've made a lot of decisions on my farm. When things get tough, yeah, like Kurt was saying earlier, you make tough decisions. When I make those tough decisions, I guess I go back and I look 5 or 10 years previous, maybe even longer. What can I live without now that I did back then? You know, some of the things that come to my mind is the mosquito tax. Can that be trimmed? You know, there's a tax right there that can be trimmed. Ben Franklin Transit has been brought up, and you guys are on the right course there. In my opinion, 3/4 of that Ben Franklin Transit needs to be cut out. We need to take some of that transit, put it into private sector, Uber, whatever, and haul people around. I know there's some stuff that can't be done all by the private sector. You know, put it back in the private sector. selling the property over here at, I don't know if I'm for the track, but I'm definitely for the soccer fields. That's a liquid piece of flat land. You know, if you can make the building work, give it a couple years. The lady was up here trying to push it. I know you guys just put someone in there to try to get that going. Maybe it can generate some money. You know, give it a couple years. Roads, guys, holy man. I'm not for any tax increase. If you guys are going to take away from the roads like the previous commissioners have, you're not getting my vote. That's for sure. I don't think you're getting a whole lot of people's votes. And last of all, you know, sales tax, that'd be the last thing. I might support a little bit, but you better cut a bunch of other stuff, especially this mosquito board, the soccer fields, selling that stuff. That's liquid money right there. That's what a guy does when he gets in tough times. You look at, what can I liquidate right now to make it through the bad times? So, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This still comment on the financial sustainability strategy, so comment, please.
Ben Franklin Transit. Let's call it by its real name. It's the Benton Franklin Transit. When you're talking to everyone about what we wish we could do with that transit system, the reality is we can't. Now think about it if it was the Franklin County Transit. Think about how fast we could fix that.
Any further discussion?
No, sir. The only thing, so what I'm hearing is that the body isn't in favor of the levy lid lift, and we don't want to research it, and
Yeah, we're in favor of it?
no, that we are not.
No,
and
I'm not
that,
in favor of it.
Okay, and I'm just reading that the majority is not in favor of studying it either. So I think we need to put that to rest and look at the next phase, which is really, and I'll let Commissioner Bauman speak because I know he wants to, so I'll be quiet.
Chair, floor goes
I'm
to.
sorry, there was one more public
Oh, okay.
comment who was trying to get your
Is he
attention.
on public comment or for this? Are you for public comment or are you want for the discussion
the
of the
consort
financial
stuff.
sustainability?
It's everybody talking makes my, it's like what I plan on talking about, and it kind of gets jiggered up a little bit. But I'll start out with a little saying my dad gave me. He's going to school. He says, well, I'm going to tell you about going to school and finance and stuff. He says, I'm going to tell you an old story. It's real short. Son wrote to his dad. Son's in school. He says, no mun, no fun, your son. And Dad looked at it. He wrote him back a telegram, says, so sad, too bad, your dad. So we're all going to be on one side of that equation. That's where we're at. That's where the whole country's at. And don't forget, as much problems goes on here about somebody didn't get a number right, don't you remember Rumsfeld, the day before 911? We can't account for $2.3 trillion. Wow. Maybe we should be going to the Fed and making them a deal that, because I don't know where we're going to have election this year, but all this illegal migration stuff I'm talking about, illegals, Hezbollah is here right now. Get used to it. Hey, maybe we can make an opportunity out of that. We can get the county sheriff to go out, find these people. Get them out of here. And the federal government, if you talk to Cantwell or some of these people that can do something about it, let's get a deal going. Hey, we'll help clean this country up. The federal government can reward our sheriff. Matter of fact, pay all their wages, pay their health care, and give them bonuses to clean this country up. And then we're going to have to worry about buying a radio. We got plenty of funding. You got to be creative in that sense. You can't go back to this wooden ship with crappy sails, sailing across the Atlantic, playing games with a banking system. Hey, we're at the end of it. The BRICS system this year, get ready. BRICS is alive and well. Russia doesn't give a crap about sanctions because they're on a different money system. We're finished. Our banking system is at an end. That's where it's at. It's a grand cycle, they call it. And while we're playing wooden ships and sails, the new system that's being set up is satellites, central bank digital currencies. It has nothing to do with this. All this crap you're arguing about is just going to go poof. Matter of fact, a lot of jobs this year, when they launch the AI, which all the companies are going to do it, you're counting on revenues from people working, bye-bye. Those jobs are going away. Matter of fact, lawyers, there's some lawyers in the office. These AI computers, I'm sorry, I was talking to a lawyer just recently. You can put the entire Fed register in one AI brain. And all the legal research, the AI can do that. He can write up the case. Matter of fact, they're talking about juries and judges that are AI. Now you think maybe that's stupid or that ain't gonna happen? That's just around the corner.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Time is up. Mr. Baumann, Commissioner. you
So
had a
I think
question?
that we aren't ready to make any decision on anything on these 18 because I think we need to wait. A few weeks back, I asked that we have a consensus that we do a kind of a little bit of a deep look into all of the monies that we spend in a bi-county way. And I think that we need to do that before we're equipped to answer these questions. And so I would propose that we would wait 30 days on taking any action or giving any direction on this until we have some good information. I think there was a lot of information that Mr. Connors brought tonight that I was not aware of, and as well as our county administrator, that I was not aware of a vast majority of any of that information. I have been looking diligently myself, trying to understand and learn, but did not have that information, and I feel like that we need to put a pause on this information until we have that information and to better understand if there's a potential of, 5 plus or minus million that comes out of our general fund that we need to understand where its destination is. I think we need to answer that question before making this kind of decision.
Sounds good. Chair, I can definitely continue the research that we're doing and bring back more details and robust study before a decision is made, because obviously we ingested a lot of information tonight and all good stuff. So I appreciate everybody's hard work on it. But I think it kind of gives you a snapshot of where we're at. And
Well, we need to know where we're at, but
Yeah,
there's
no, I
also a
agree.
lot
Yeah.
of filings that has to take place in order for all these fundings. to come
Absolutely.
through.
So
it's not as easy as it appears.
no, there's a lot of layers to this. I mean, it's been educational for myself and I think for everybody involved. But I do think that's kind of been the overarching theme from folks that I've engaged with in this process is we got to figure out where the money's coming and going first before we make any sort of decisions. So, and I think it's all in the really the backdrop of, the assessments were higher this year. So there's a lot of folks who are upset by that. And, us even thinking about going out and saying, hey, we might want to do a levy lid lift. It stokes some real fires in people and emotion. So we want to be conscious of that and respectful of our taxpayers and the good citizens of Franklin County. So,
All right, thank you. We're moving on to Commissioner Administrator updates. Mr. Gonzalez.
I'll keep it short. Just been working on this really, so I'll leave it at that, Chair. And but again, it's been educational and working hard with everybody in the county.
Thank you, Commissioner Baumann.
Thank you, Chair. My last week consisted of lots and lots of study. I went to the elected and department head meeting after last week's commissioners meeting, and primarily the discussion was the consor study. And also went across the river and met with the juvenile courts. David that's here with us tonight, as well as Judge Stam, and really feel like I barely scratched the surface, but I certainly appreciate their hospitality and trying to teach me what they do and how they do it. So thank you, David. And Judge Stam for teaching me what you did. I also journeyed to Olympia this last week, and on Friday I met with 10 of our legislators and discussed a lot about the HAPO Center. There's trying to get that into the budget. We successfully got it onto the Senate side, got it onto their published budget, and working diligently to get it on the House side. We've not been successful with that yet, but certainly are working diligently on that. And while we were there, I met with our lobbyist, Water Street, Adon over there, and talking about the efforts that he's making on our behalf. Certainly appreciate what he's doing there. Yesterday, with Jason and our administrator, met with Patty Murray's office and had a very robust conversation. And I'll have to say I was pleasantly surprised and impressed by the reception that we received. We discussed quite a number of things. Amongst those was potential different areas of funding. And as that conversation unfolded, we talked about everything from some funding for Palouse Falls, potentially paving the road that goes to Palouse Falls, the two-mile road that we maintain there, that over the last 3 years, it's cost our county $80,000 to maintain that little short section of road that we get virtually no use out of. It goes from a state highway to a state park, and we have almost no use of that road other than maintaining it for the state. And so was pleasantly surprised with the reception we received on that. The second piece of that is the emergency response, that the increased visitors to that park. In 2014, the state, or the governor, named that the state waterfall, and there's been over 1 million visitors to there since then. Right now, the road, or the car count, is 1,400 cars a day use that road. It's the most remote area of Franklin County, and it cost our Public Works a lot to go maintain that. And so talked to her office about that. We talked about OPD funding and some of the constraints that we've had in that way, and was very receptive to that. And the area that I was most surprised at was when we started talking about the concerns that we have for the radio systems and the microwave system upgrades that we need. As we discuss that, and the conversation kind of opened up into, it's not just our need, but it's a bi-county need. And then as that happens, when we flip the switch, so to speak, that also happens for Con-El, it happens for our fire districts, it happens for the hospital district out there. And so it's not just us, but it's our partners in Franklin County as well as across the river that also there's a need. And so she had some ideas about potential ways to make that funding a little bit more of an urgent request, and she had some ideas there. So Jason is working diligently on our behalf to explore those. And then I believe it's Friday we meet with
Yes, sir.
We meet with our other senator's office, and we'll explore some of those same ideas. I'll tell you that I've been very impressed with Jason specifically, but Mike as well, as we've been tackling this, recognizing that we have this budget gap, and going and trying to find these different areas of grant and funding possibilities. I appreciated what the judge said earlier tonight about, just hunting and looking, and I'll tell you that Jason is doing that, I'm doing that, Mike is doing that right now, and it's not all of the answer, but our legislators are in session right now in Olympia, and it is the chance that we have right now, and so we're taking that chance and running with it as hard as we can. We do have plans to go to Olympia again next week and meet with our legislators again, and have quite a few meetings already scheduled to meet with. And so today I met with Rochelle our manager at Ben Franklin Transit and met with her for an extended period this afternoon, or started this morning and went into the afternoon, learning and understanding Ben Franklin Transit better. I'm very thankful that we finally have an adult leading that organization, and really impressed with her and what she's doing there. Trying to understand the budget, what they have, their reserves, and understanding their needs better. And as our assessor said earlier, I've been watching those buses with 1 and 2 people. Tonight on the way here, I passed 2 buses, and both of those buses had exactly 1 person on them besides the driver. And those are large buses and expensive to operate. I'm trying to find out what the cost per ride is, and I'm researching data from like Uber to see what their cost per ride is, to better understand just what this is costing our community. And lots of meetings and Zooms, but I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your hard work. Moving on to Commissioner Didier.
Columbia Basin Sustainable Water Coalition had a meeting. Department of Ecology has a drought planning program which has funding $1.8 million. I proposed this to Mr. Grimm, and they're looking into it, and I think we should too. I've got the information here. Sarah Weeks, her phone number, her email address if Franklin County wants, and it says if you partner up with Pasco. I don't know if we have a need for this, but there's $1.8 million available for a drought planning program. It's funding that's available if we think we can, and it's actually available for the private sector. Ben Franklin Council of Government meeting, and then the agenda meeting, and that concluded my week.
All right, thank you. Administrative office business, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair. So this next agenda item comes before the body to discuss the Mission Vision Value Workshop. So we know you were on vacation. We discussed it a little bit at our past meeting. So wanted to give you the opportunity to just kind of engage in it. Just to let the public know, we have received an anonymous donation of $2,500 to pay for the Mission Vision Values Workshop. That person hasn't come forward. That came through Commissioner Bauman, somebody that was very benevolent, does not want to be identified. I think another thing to note is employees felt strongly when there was a question mark whether we should fund this. Had about a dozen employees come forward and say they would help pay for it. So there has been a lot of positive response to it, to develop these mission vision values. So it is scheduled for tomorrow morning. So I mean, there is a possibility to cancel it. At this point, we would have to pay the individual half who's going to lead it, who's Paul Casey, who leads Leadership Tri-Cities. He comes very highly recommended, and the hope is we walk out of there with true mission, vision, values, guided by the commissioners and with input and collaboration from the leadership of Franklin County. And so I'll leave it at that. I think a lot of people are excited for it. I think we've got over 20 participants now that made up of elected officials, department heads. Some elected officials who couldn't attend have their next in charge coming. So there's definitely been a lot of support for it. So I definitely wanted the public to know that it's not something that, it was my idea, but it's really the body has collectively supported it. And if there wasn't any support, I wouldn't push for it. But I really do think it's going to be a positive thing, especially as we're trying to develop strategies and, into the future. And so I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you. Moving on to public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? You do have someone on the phone?
There are all type of criminals. every type of criminal, from a street thief to a government thief. Always some kind of socialistic mindset held deep inside. It always leads to communism, which we're headed. A gentleman talking about the BRIC system, if that does come to full fruition, we are headed to communism. We are headed to double, triple, quadruple digit inflation like we've never seen. And you guys arguing over your Viva accounts is disgusting. It's sad to hear so many people sit around and listen to you guys for an hour talk about this. It's if we want to motivate our children, if we want to motivate ourselves each day to be a high-level producer, we must stop the leeches of the world. We must stop the world from leeching everybody. We know this, whether it's a bum on the street or a government worker. They all seem to want competitive care without true work. The amount of work produced in a government office has never been comparable to a private business. Why? Because they're leeches. They don't produce the same amount. I hear Didier talking about on the farm. Well, on the farm, you can't just have somebody that's not really producing. You have to. It's not practical. What you guys are doing is completely impractical. The lady that spoke earlier about, well, I don't want to see anybody go in my department. Nothing against her directly, but that's the problem. You're entitled. You have all this money you believe is yours. All these other public comments before me are right. You guys don't check yourselves. You guys are just now seeing the shortfall coming and getting ready for it. And it's got to stop. Our country has got to stop spending money. You guys talk about the solar system for the Hapo Center, and it doesn't cost us a dime. But it does. It puts our children in serfdom. It's worse than slavitude. It's worse. And we're setting our children and our grandchildren up because we can't stop spending. We got a credit card, and we feel there's no limit, and we just keep spending. The gentleman said, we got more revenue in this area than ever. Yeah, and we just keep spending more. If you're a government employee, you're a civil servant, and you should not be griping over losing a benefit that no private sector gets. No, I mean, my brother works for the Koch brothers, and he doesn't get insurance because his wife has great insurance. They get to choose either hers or his, or get double coverage. But they don't get some extra cash payment. It's wrong. It's theft. Stop the leeches. Nuremberg.
Yes, it's public comment. All right. You have 3 minutes, please.
A little positive spin on things, historically speaking. You know, I think we really are going into trouble with the way the banks are going. You're no longer a depositor. You're not. You're an unsecured creditor in the banks. And besides, banks are required to hold zero reserves now. Did you know that? Okay. If you're a stock owner, you're a designated owner. You're not a legal owner. That's something to think about. I'll let you do your own homework on that, but that's something to really think about. You are no longer a legal owner of the stock, all right? That means bye-bye when the bank gets in trouble. Poof. But how are we ever going to get out of this? I'm going to really concentrate some history here. We all heard about Adolf Hitler. We all heard about Germany. You might remember the Versailles Treaty that came at the end of World War I, which my grandparents were in, uncles. A horrible situation for Germany, and Germany got crushed by the central bankers of the world at that time over in England. They're going to beat the crap out of Germany. They couldn't pay. It was the end of them. They could not pay. Well, that's where we're going. That's where this whole country's going. But there's a way out of this. Just look at what Germany did. They told those central Rothschild bankers to shove it. We don't want your stinking money. We're going to create our own money, and And they did. And Germany was on the path to being the richest nation in the world in 5 years. Read your history books, everybody, not just you, whoever's listening. We have a way out of this. But we gotta have the leadership that can see where the problem is. So all these little local meetings and everybody fighting over some budget or health care, that's crap from hell. It's gotta stop. And the only way to stop this is to cut the chains from our country to the damn bankers in Europe. That's where it's at. Cut it off. Make our own economy, our own money system. We don't need to be their slaves. Not at all. They can all just pack it and go straight to, I forgot what that word is. You have to fill in the blank. There's a word that fits. Because that's where these people are from. They're serpent people. And they want you dead. And besides, on COVID, did you notice? If you took the vaccine, you can't give blood. And that's a safe and effective vaccine. You can't give blood now. You're done as a blood donor. Safe and effective. 20 million people dead worldwide, Bill Gates. You rat!
All right, thank you for your time. Anyone else for public comment? Hearing none, is there a need for executive session?
Yes, sir, there is. This would be approximately 10 minutes for RCW 4230110, Section 1, subsection C, real estate, and minimum price.
All right, we're going to go into executive session for 10 minutes. I request Mike Gonzalez, the Board of County Commissioners, and the clerk of the board, and legal for 10 minutes.
And also Todd Sternfeld from NAI, also here.
All right. Is there a need, does anybody need to take a
May
break,
need
5-minute
also,
break?
State, Mike, that it would be under 4230-110-1I.
Quick break?
Okay,
We're gonna
it's
take a quick break for 5 minutes.
4230-110-1I. Okay, forgive me for that.
No, it could be both.
Oh, it can be both? Okay,
Yeah.
great, thank you.
Rocky called for a 5-minute recess.
Okay. But I put in for everything else, you know, okay, yeah, cool. And we've got, appreciate the.
We've come back from recess. We're going to go into executive session. I ask for the full board of county commissioners, the county administrator, and legal. And there are,
We could use,
and Public Works Director, under RCW Code
4230-110-1I, and then what was the real estate one?
It was the 4230, 110, 1C.
That's it.
and we're requesting for 10 minutes.
We'll have to open and then.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead and open.
Continue 10.
Yes, open and we're on for lunch.
So we've come out of executive session. We're going to extend for another 10 minutes. Marcia W.
Doors open.
Someone
shut off the lights there.
Come out of executive session with no decisions being made. We are going to go back into executive session under RCW Code
4230, 110, 1I, or, yeah, 1I.
for 5 minutes.
Litigation.
Or are you looking for? We've come out of executive session with no decisions being made. Is there any further information for the good of the county?
Unless you guys want to extend, no, sir, we should be good. Thank you.
All right. This meeting is adjourned.
We're having a marathon meeting.